Good morning, everybody. We are live with day three, the final four rounds from Montreal Scrabblefest 2024. As I was yesterday, I am joined once again by Charles Reinke on the commentary. Charles, good. Excited for these last four games, and we've got quite a matchup coming up to start the day.
Yeah, this is the last game or the last day of the tournament, so every game always means something, but these last four games maybe mean a little bit more for the standings and the final results. And our first game of the morning is going to be a certified banger.
Yeah, so it is a matchup of champions, literally and figuratively. These are two players that everybody knows are two of the best in the game, but also have pretty voluminous trophy cases. And those two players are Adam Logan, our lone champion competing in the field, and Matthew Tunnicliffe, I believe the 2015 North American Scrabble champion, and most recently an absolute runaway winner of the Niagara Falls tournament that took place. He is here vying for a second straight multi-day win in both in extremely difficult fields. So before we cut to the action, if we do want to get a quick look at the standings in the division just to see what the two players are vying for here. We'll cut to that in just a second, and you will see Matthew there atop the standings, Adam 2 games back. So with 4 games to go in the tournament, this is a really important game for Adam to win. But if ever there was somebody who could take down Matthew, it's got to be Adam, Charles.
Yeah, Adam's no stranger to winning big tournaments, doing well in pressure situations. So we're not counting him out of this tournament. We're definitely more than capable of vaulting up the standings right at the end and taking this trophy home with him.
Yeah, so the players are standing by, and it looks like they are ready to rock. We just have to give them the go-ahead. But yeah, just a little context here. These are two players. I think Adam is not currently based out of Ottawa, but for many years, the two of these players were the top players at the Ottawa Scrabble Club. So they have to have played hundreds of games together. I can't imagine anybody else knows the other's style better than these two. So it's always fascinating with rivalries like that are built on a lot of games against each other. What type of adjustments and counter adjustments will happen? Of course, both of these players know the dictionary so well that you can't really imagine seeing any shenanigans with intentional phony words or setting up hooks that you expect the other player might not know. These players are just too good for that.
Yeah, the knowledge of the dictionary present at this table is unrivaled, at least in this division and probably, on the continent. So we don't, as you said, well, we don't expect anything weird going on. We don't expect weird words to stay on the board, intentional phonies. You never know, of course, but I think this one's going to be by the books.
Yeah, totally agreed. So it is Adam going first. And of course, welcome to everybody watching along bright and early on YouTube. Well done to you all being in the right place at the right time here on this Sunday morning here in the East Coast of North America. And Adam's drawn an X to start the game. Looks like he'll have at least one move that slots it in a useful position.
Yeah, it looks like he's got at least nitrox keeping the H as a good use of the X. And he's starting to shuffle pretty quickly, so I think he's probably not going to waste too much time on this turn doing his due diligence to make sure there's not something that maybe also gets rid of the H.
Yeah, I mean, you see how quickly he has it set up there, and he's going to do a little bit of thinking, probably to imagine, am I possibly missing any word with the X that also gets that H involved, which would add a little extra scoring pop. There is no such play. So very nice job by Adam to spot that quickly, not waste any time. But of course, Matthew with a very nice draw to start the game. You love to see that blank come out of the bag early with a nice mix of vowels and consonants. And he's going to have a couple of options. The first thing, Charles, that I'm looking at is through this O. Is there anything that Matthew will find there?
Yeah, I see at least one thing, one double that he has available, and it looks like Chat has pointed out as well. That'd be alveolar, using the blank as a second L, which is not what he would initially jump to as candidate for that blank. But he does have one other double available, making the blank a C. So those are both words that Matthew knows. He's going to do some thinking about it. Of course, the blank is a complicating factor, but I do expect him to find one of his two available doubles.
Yeah, which is going to be a nice, really nice start to the game. 90 points on offer if he can find, again, a word through this O that hits both of the doubles. A couple words of that type that Charles just outlined. And you can see Adam's tiles are a little bit clunky. So this could be an opportunity for Matthew to draw something good again after he finds this bingo and jump out to a good sized lead here. But as clunky as Adam's tiles are, the nice thing is either alveolar or caveolar are going to put an A in just the right spot for his J to come down for a very good score. There's no avoiding that for Matthew. He might actually already have seen some of the valid plays here, but he's looking a little bit harder for an option that doesn't slot a vowel in that risky positioning. Ultimately, he's going to decide, I think we assume that he's going to find one of those two words and live with the risk of placing an A in this spot. And Adam's next move is going to be pretty fast, probably something like Jehu in that spot, to score very well. Unless maybe there's some other, actually, if he plays alveolar, Adam will have to consider juvie up here too. That is an interesting option that scores pretty well and sheds the V. So Adam will have some options. Ooh, interesting. Okay, this is surprising. Didn't see this coming, especially because this word making the blank a C actually is an anagram of one of the words that gets 20 more points here. This is a rarity of, I think, Charles, to see Matthew not find either of these 90 pointers.
Yeah, I have to assume this was a mistake on Matthew's part, because 20 points is too many to pass up. And this play doesn't even, it's not even considerably more defensive than playing the double. It sets up the C in the triple lane, a blank C, but a C nonetheless, plus a huge spot, the triple letter score next to the first A in Caballero. So there's probably no explanation for this play other than just a simple miss of the words.
Yeah, and it is worth noting that if Matthew had, you mentioned, Charles, that maybe alveolar is a little trickier to find than usual because you have to make the blank an L, which is already on your rack. Sometimes when you have a blank, your mind can almost skip over those possibilities because you just assume, like, you don't do the pause after each letter with the same duration when you're going through the blank and saying if it's an A, a B, a C. Sometimes your brain skips over letters, just kind of assuming, usually rightly, that there isn't a word in there. In this case, there was a word with the L there of alveolar. So it happens. The blank trait plays tricks on us all. I think the surprising thing is that one of the 90 pointers was an anagram of this word. So that to me is the only surprise here. But we move on to Adam, and obviously it's still an excellent job by Matthew to get a bingo down with some weird, the V and two A's. But we'll see if he wants those 20 points back later.
Yeah, I think he might want those 20 points later in the game. That's a big score to pass up. But the I guess the benefit to this play is that J bombs from Adam are no longer possible. So Adam's next play is a lot less straightforward than it would have been if something like Alveolar had come down.
Yeah, so he's going to still score nicely. That's a 48-point response by Adam. So certainly that's, I don't know, it's getting close to being able to call that bomb of a play, but you can see Adams leave here of BUV. That is very clunky. You basically know for almost a fact, unless he draws something absolutely miraculous, there's no way he's going to bingo on his next turn, which is always, that's part of why we keep those balanced leaves with good tiles. You want to at least have some chance of drawing a bingo on a subsequent turn. And even though Adam's drawn kind of a nice mix of tiles from the bag in the A, E, R, and M, he's still nowhere close to a bingo. It's going to take at least one more turn. So that's why the BUV leave was not ideal. And apart from that, the play of Jihad also takes an I hook, which would allow some pretty easy, a play in this spot with a good letter on the double letter score would score quite a lot of points. Of course, we can see Matthew does not have an I and barely has any vowels at all.
Yeah, and he's got the Z, and I'm sure looking at that triple letter score, which he is now obstructing. He would have loved to play something like 0 there for 60 some points. Instead, he's taking the points with one of his 2 Fs, blocking the Z spot for himself, and not keeping any vowels. But the points are hard to argue with here, so I think I do like that play.
Yeah, the thing about another play available here, Matthew could have played PANNE here. And the thing about that play, instead of Fern, is it would have left ZF and something else, like ZNF, or not even.
Two Fs.
ZFF, right. So the nice thing about a play like this is it really incentivizes Adam, if he has an R or a D or something like that, to play Panner. And if Matthew just draws even an A, not let alone EO for 0, if he just draws an A along with one of his Fs, he's playing Zarf for an enormous score in that spot. So I think this play represents some warranted aggression. Just you have so much upside to leave that Z spot open and play Zarf for about 70 points there. So that would be the aggressive option. Matthew has taken a little more careful of an approach, not opening anything crazy. Of course, we can see if Matthew had played PANNE, Pan, Adam would be playing something like Brave in this spot for an enormous response. So that's the upside and the downside of plays like that are by being aggressive and creating volatile spots. Yes, you might maximize your upside. You also do the same for your opponent.
So going back to Adam's rack here, still got that BUV as we discussed, not good bingo tiles, but he could do something like Mauve through the A of Cavallero, which and Collins takes an R. So he would be setting up Mauver with a relatively decent leave for taking advantage of that spot next turn. What are you thinking, Will? He's got Mauve set up, so I wonder if he's thinking about it.
Yeah, he's probably considering whether to put the R on or not. I definitely favor keeping it off for the reason that you just stated, Charles. BRA is the sort of play where the B and the R are sort of, I'm not even sure what the linguistic word is for that, but I'm sure somebody knows, but they work really well together. They appear in that order in so many words. So if Matthew doesn't have an R, you can see that W finding its way to Adam's rack. That's going to be a letter he can put there and just score really, really well. Not only that, the V in this spot makes it extremely difficult to play on top of Mauve in a productive way. Matthew may actually be tempted to just play ZO here to block the spot, realizing that if Adam is playing Mauve, it's maybe a little likelier than usual that he has an R. So, of course, Matthew will not love to do that because it's going to leave him with 5 consonants, but it does score very well, and he has to at least honor the threat of that R hook here.
Yeah, I do think Matthew will probably play Zoe here, just because he doesn't have scoring plays otherwise. So he might as well take a 40-point play when it's presented to him and then deal with the aftermath of his leave next turn. So sort of bad luck for Adam that he had a pretty good setup, pretty hard to block, and Matthew had exactly the right circumstances to basically force him to block it.
Yeah, it's spot on. And we'll see. So, okay, I was going to say, we'll see if Matthew gets any help in the form of 2 vowels. He does get an S. You're normally thrilled to see an S, but not so much when it's accompanied by another consonant. I feel like it almost would have been better for Matthew just to draw 2 vowels of any type as opposed to an S here. Of course, if Matthew is headed towards an exchange, he'll be very happy to keep that S and move on to a much better rack on his next turn. So Matthew's in a little trouble. Adam's letters are not phenomenal. On the other side, you see that WU combination that we harp on so much in competitive Scrabble because those 2 letters are just not good friends. You can even hear it in the when we say the combination WU. It just sounds like 3 U's, which obviously we would react even more harshly to that. So Adam is not going to score a ton of points here, but he should be able to find something underneath this J, Charles.
Yeah, he does have a nice 5-letter word of Buana, BWANA, fits nicely making JA. Keeps the U, that's not ideal, but it does get rid of the U and the W and the B, and scores nicely. So I feel like Buana is going to be his choice. He's spending a little bit of time maybe trying to figure out if there's any way to get rid of the W and the U at the same time. I certainly fall into the trap quite often of getting the W and the U at the same time and just being laser focused at playing them both. No need to overreact to it. No need to force them to be both played off your rack at the same time. It's totally fine to keep one or the other on this play and try to use it again sometime later in the game. So I do like Buana here.
Yeah, agreed. Another observation about the U is that in a vacuum, the U isn't actually quite as terrible as we always say it is. What makes the U so bad is how poorly it interacts with the W, the V, some other consonants, and certainly a duplicated U. But there are situations in games where if the V's have already been played, and if there's only like a couple U's left in the bag, maybe the W, let's assume that was also played, keeping a U starts to become not quite as toxic because all of the tiles you can draw that create a terrible situation for you are out of play. So I would say in general that, playing the U as a red alert is like early in the game. I always would want to get rid of, both of those tiles, as you suggest, Charles. But there are situations later on where keeping a U is far from a disaster for you.
So Adam is taking a little bit of time here. He has, I don't know, I don't actually remember his tendencies if he usually is setting up plays for us to look at. He's doing something very different from what I thought he would do.
Yeah, it's a reasonable choice here. Wax. I think, I don't know. After Mauve, it looks like Jihadi isn't really a concern. So I'm not sure if Adam cares about that so much with this. I think probably he's just assuming that maybe the 5 tiles that he left after that play actually have a little bit better synergy than he expected. Maybe he worries a little bit that a play like Buana would give easier comebacks of some sort. As long as Matthew has an A or an O, he would have a pretty good scoring spot there. I guess he would, if he had those letters, he would be able to play under the J as well. So yeah, I think this is a very rare case where maybe I would play something different than what Adam did, but it seems really close. And as I look at wax a little bit more, I think maybe keeping the board a little tighter had some value to Adam here.
Yeah, I think so. I think the more I look at it, the more I think that that's a perfectly reasonable play. And the letters A, B, N, R, U do have some synergy, especially if you draw like an E or something, to possibly bingo sooner rather than later. So a nice idea by Adam, and as expected, Matthew, not really having many floating vowels to work with, needs to exchange out of his 7-consonant rack.
Yeah, which makes a lot of sense. And he's drawn the second blank, which he's going to be very happy to see there. It's not immediately obvious to me what he's going to do. There will certainly be 8-letter words with that rack somewhere or other. But
Is inspirer a word? That sounds like a word.
yeah, definitely. Okay, I think that would be a word down from the I, and it does feel like that's not likely to be blocked. So, all right. So Adam playing Ver, he is making use of that I hook after all. So even after wax, it wasn't completely blocked. I am curious about that choice of Ver over Vein. I'm wondering if he has some, for a player like Adam, there's no question in my mind. Oh, I know what it is. Keeping the N so that if he draws an E, he will play bungee here. That's the point. And he does draw an E. That's why he did that. Clever. I'm pretty sure
Yeah, that
has
might
to
have
be it.
that explains wax a little bit better as well.
Yeah, of course. That's it. Okay. There's the missing ingredient that explains that play. So, okay, we took us a turn to catch up with him, but that's the idea behind these plays. By keeping BUN together on his rack, he, with so many E's still to come, he was making it a lot easier to come back with a good scoring play through the J as long as he draws even one E. And of course, he has the upside of bingos as well, with a little bit more sort of a larger collection of decent bingo tiles on his rack. So that's why Adam did wax. We're finally caught up, Charles. And you saw Matthew's only bingo here. The only question is he going to see it too?
Yeah, we already saw Matt possibly make a mistake with a blank earlier in the game. We hope he doesn't make a second one. He hasn't played it yet, so he's probably just, again, doing his due diligence with the blank, which it's easy for us to say very quickly that there's one playable bingo. It is very hard for Matthew to make that determination over the board without the benefit of analysis tools.
Totally agreed. I also feel like bingos starting with an I are, from this rack, not the easiest, but as we can see, he's not going to let another opportunity get past him here. I am not surprised at all to see him spotting this. And again, his only playable bingo here. Adam making a little bit of a reaction to that. Of course, he had just gotten a little bit of a lead on Matthew. And of course, Matthew striking quickly to retake it. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see a very, very fast play of bungee come down through that J, as long as Adam just quickly verifies through. Adam's already probably looked at his 7 tiles and been thinking to himself, it looks like he's doing a bathroom break here. He probably looked at his 7 tiles and thought, yeah, there's no 8-letter words with this. So no matter what no matter what Matthew played in a spot like this, opening up so much space, Adam likely already knew there were no letters that would give me an 8-letter word. I can just go ahead and play bungee immediately and not waste any clock time. That's pretty impressive by him. I think a lot of players would at least take a look through those open tiles, Charles.
Yeah, but Adam is a very quick bingo finder, as you mentioned, so he doesn't need that extra time. Also, if he really did need a little bit of a break, he might have not wanted to delay his play for that reason as well.
So Matthew, not the best post bingo draw here. So both blanks are played and the score is knotted up, and Matthew is, it's sort of as if It's a new game from here with the score essentially tied, except instead of Adam going first, as he did in this game, Matthew's going first in the refreshed game from this midway point. And looks like Caddy, very logical play here. Looks like the only play worth considering, dumping the Q without that U on his rack.
Yeah, no other decent way to get rid of the Q. Q is not worth holding on to on this board. It's almost never worth holding on to if you have a 28-point play that uses it. So I think a pretty straightforward play here. And he does get to punish Adam a little bit for the break and just immediately start his clock again. Sort of have it keep running down. Maybe that time will come in handy in the end game in this close one.
Yeah, so Adam, just to clarify, he clearly, I think it's totally within the rules for him to get up in the middle of the game and go use the restroom if he absolutely has to. He made his play of bungee and then hit his clock over to Matthew. Matthew took his turn at a normal pace and then hit his clock back to Adam. And that's, I guess, if you could consider there to be a penalty for this situation at all, it would be Adam's clock. He's, giving up precious seconds on that clock as he takes this break here. So not, of course, definitely want to go take care of whatever you need to, but, the clock, and you can see he's jogging back to the board to minimize that time loss here.
Yeah, and it does make it a little bit awkward for us commentators when there's no new tiles being drawn. We have nothing to talk about. Luckily, Adam is back relatively quickly. He's going to start drawing his tiles here, and we can get back to analyzing the situation.
Yeah, I'm not even sure. The board doesn't have any spots on it that jump out as like this is the new top spot to play in. Ooh, look at that. Abiotic finds its way onto Adam's rack, which is there actually is going to be one playable bingo here for Adam. It's a Collins only word, and boy, he spotted that fast.
Yeah, he's making up for lost time here. I think he had about 2 minutes on his clock rundown with no action on his part. So if he sees a bingo quickly, he should just go for it. The only consideration, I guess, for him would be making sure there's nothing from the R or to the R in Inspirer.
Yeah, that was just lightning. I mean, I feel like a lot of the games that I've seen Adam play on stream recently, I usually preface them by saying that Adam is a lightning fast player, incredibly fast blitz player. And then he goes on to play at a very measured pace. He seems very unrushed. By the way, he did just draw Beguiler off of the B of Sebation as a follow-up bingo. So I don't see how Matthew is going to make any play that blocks that. So Adam may be about to jump further ahead on his next turn. But yeah, Adam's clock, he's run it down. But I feel like all the skills that lead to him being an incredibly good blitz player are occasionally still on display, even when he's playing with that slow pace. You can see how fast he finds words on his rack. I think the speed, I think he's just making absolutely sure that he considers every nuance of every play, that he doesn't rush through, even though I think his instincts are so finely honed even now. Yeah,
definitely when you're a player at his level, you can see his rating underneath his picture, 2110. Even if you might not prefer to play quickly, you have the skills and the intuition to do it successfully. And he put those skills into use with his last turn playing Sebation very quickly. Meanwhile, Matthew, I think, has two options here, and he definitely sees one of them, which is a very crafty double-double, non-bingo through the P of Inspire. That's Cowpats. But he also has Wicca through the C of Sebation. So both plays have their merits. Cowpats scores, it looks like, 11 more points. But
he faked this out. That was a classic fake out. He set Cowpats up on the rack and then went with the other spot, which I definitely think is a worthwhile sacrifice for him here. Simply because it still scores 45 points. You are getting 11 more points for this spot, but don't discount the fact that in many, many situations, blocking this C is also going to return a ton of defensive benefit to you. Blocking when Adam has the H in this spot, the K in this spot, even the Y sometimes, all of those plays would have scored a ton through that C. So Matthew still getting a lot of points, getting some defensive benefit from blocking scoring plays, and keeping his S to maybe draw a bingo here. And we'll see what Matthew draws. But yes, Adam does choose Regulize over Beguiler. This makes sense just because I feel like Regulize maybe blocks the board a little bit better. Beguiler here maybe allows 7-letter words to go down a little more easily. Whereas this play, I don't even see, other than this spot right here, where I guess here, 7-letter words are very difficult to play. They're probably pretty close, Charles. Do you have any feeling positionally about those two?
I think for the reasons you said, Regulize is a little bit better. Adam takes nearly a 50-point lead with Regulize. So that's, I think, a big enough lead where bingo defense starts to be a primary concern. And on a board that doesn't have a lot of spots for 7-letter words, you don't want to just give up more spots for 7-letter words. Make Matthew work a little bit harder for it, make him play through something that's already on the board. And at this stage, it's like mostly R's and E's that he has available, not a huge variety of different letters to play through for 8-letter words. So I think for those reasons, Regulize is the right choice.
Yeah, agreed. Not to mention, Beguiler places an L right here. So after Regulize, there are no open triples anywhere on board. But we can also see that Adam has drawn extremely well again. So something like Ragtimes would, it seems like that's pretty likely to be spotted and played. As good as Matthew's letters look, there actually are no playable bingos for him here. So it seems impossible at a deficit that he's going to make a play blocking anything at the base of the board. And then Adam is going to get yet another bingo down somewhere or other. He might have other stuff than that. But, that's going to be a third straight bingo for Adam. So right as Matthew seized tenuous control of the game with Inspirer, Adam got his J play down and is about to bingo 3 straight times to probably polish this one off. And it's a game he needs badly in the standings, Charles.
Yeah, definitely Adam needs this win. Otherwise, he falls 3 games behind first place with 3 games to go. So it becomes very tough for him after that point. This will be a much needed win if he can keep it together. Matthew is setting up Theocons on his rack, which does not play. There's no open Cs. I'm liking Ho underneath Kadi for him. Just HO, playing off the H and the O.
Yeah.
Does not block any existing spots other than the ending the vowel or ending a bingo with a vowel on top of nitrox. I think his best bets for bingos, though, are the R's and the I in Inspirer. So maybe he doesn't care too much about blocking that lane for 7s.
Yeah, I totally agree. He could definitely expect that even if Adam does not have a bingo, as he actually does, that Adam's going to do his best to block something, but the board does feel just open enough that it's going to be difficult for him to block everything. And your tiles, if you're Matthew, are good enough that you can probably sneak a bingo by even after a very defensive response to this play by Adam. But Adam is very unlikely to waste any time here. I think, I guess Magister would be a better. Okay, there you go. He's about to play it. Magister, of course, a superior option than Ragtimes because you just don't want to needlessly place an S out in open space. For example, had Adam done that, Matthew would be playing Onsteads to this S. Of course, he still has Tornades and a couple of other options right now, but none of those are going to score particularly well enough with Adam up. Well, actually, maybe Matthew's chances are on life support here. I don't know. He's down by over 100, but there are just enough tiles in the bag that maybe with a terrible draw from Adam, which certainly doesn't look like it's happening, Matthew could bingo a second time. But things definitely looking up for Adam here.
Yeah, not looking good for Matthew here, even with the bingo in response. It's just really hard to stay in the game when your opponent bingo hits a big J play and then bingos 3 times in a row. That's like very difficult to come back from. Matthew would have needed some more bingos in the meantime to keep this game close. But I don't think it's completely over. It's just almost entirely over. It's would need Matthew to draw a high-scoring bingo immediately after Tornades or whatever his best option is, and pray that Adam doesn't block it. So
yeah,
not looking good.
The chat is also freaking out because of the extension play that I'm not sure we mentioned at all, Charles, but I saw mentioned in the chat earlier. Nitroxyls is in play. Adam has it set up on his rack. I'm pretty sure that that is a sign that he sees it. It's not a coincidence that the YLS is arranged in this order. So that's going to be very flashy to see Adam play that, and it's going to score as basically it'll score similarly to a bingo there, extending it to the triple. So that's going to be very satisfying to see him land that extension. Very, very impressive and unsurprising that Adam would have had that stashed away in his memory banks here. Another funny thing would be if Matthew bingos with Tornades or something like that. It would be kind of funny if Adam just played Nitroxyl and left the S off and made a really annoying situation for Matthew. I don't think that's warranted. It's probably too easy to block and deny the setup completely, but that would be kind of funny to see happen.
Yeah, I guess it depends on if Adam really wanted to bust open the spread on this game and try to do something crazy like that. I mean, looking at the spreads underneath their pictures here, not a huge gulf in the spreads. So something like that is probably not warranted. Just take the points when you have them and don't risk Matthew being able to come up with some blocking play.
Yeah, maybe we haven't done it yet. Maybe just for the sake of doing it, if we can go to the analysis board, we'll quickly show you all the available bingos that Matthew has on this turn. If not, that's okay. So just so we have it. So this is the highest scoring bingo. And okay, literally as we do this, I feel like this is an interesting choice here because it sets up a potential winning condition for Matthew with that open triple here. So Endostia, a very aggressive move. Of course, Adam's going to be able to block it. And now for sure, he'll cash his S just to make absolutely sure. This is the highest scoring play. Other options for Matthew, Tornades, and then bingos through the eye. So we can cut back to the action now. I was just going to show that Endostia might be a pretty reasonable choice by Matthew at this score to really be as aggressive as possible, even though it looks like it's a little reckless opening the triple. I like it, Charles, for him.
Yeah, at this score, you have to do something. You can't just play the conventional Tornades, which doesn't open a whole lot. You do the thing that forces Adam to at least respond a little bit. Unfortunately for Matthew, Adam's response to the open triple is just to play the 57-point play of Nitroxyls. And as we expected, he's not playing any games with leaving the S off. He's just taking the points when he gets them. Definitely feels like a win for Adam at this point.
Yeah, it's crazy too that is kind of necessary. I mean, there were other good scoring plays for Adam like Yuck, but of course he's going to try to block this A. He doesn't need to leave open the one area that could lead to his demise. Nitroxyls does block the big triple possibility, but it doesn't address this spot at all. And Matthew actually has a gigantic play underneath here, a 67-point underlap. So Footy was already mentioned. That would score 63, but you can actually play the D in the Collins lexicon here too. Foodie would go down here for 67, which I don't think it actually gives a situation in the game. There's only 3 tiles in the bag. Matthew would be using 5, so he cannot follow up with any threat of a bingo. So it's not going to lead to a win for Matthew, but certainly a nice way to get a whole bunch of points here when maybe he didn't expect to have that open at all after Endostia.
Yeah, and I feel like Matthew's going to see that play relatively quickly. It is the most apparent spot on the board to play, but I wonder if he's trying to figure out, is there any way to score decently with just like a 3-tile play and somehow draw bingos in multiple spots? There is the S of nitroxyls that is available to bingo through. There's, R&E and regulize, but I think even if he does manage to draw bingo that plays, it's never going to be enough. So he's perhaps wisely taking the points right on this turn and just, I think conceding the game, but at least scoring well while conceding the game.
Yeah, so something like oft, let's say he played a 3-tile play to try to preserve his odds of bingoing here. What can happen? So maybe he can draw the K as part of a bingo. Doesn't seem very likely. If he draws the K, it's probably nearly fatal to his chances of bingoing. And if he doesn't draw the K, Adam's got an easy 30-point play for it up here with almost any combination of vowels. EUK, EEK, all of those things are going to play right here for a good score, which will put the game out of reach anyway. So it seems like the 3-tile plays, while good in theory to maybe create a more realistic way to win the game, in practice, it doesn't seem like there's much hope. I'm pretty sure that the computer engine is likely to agree with that. And I kind of instinctively agree with it as well. So makes sense to grab those points. And a nice play by Matthew, but it's going to be Adam's game here. And we saw a game between, expert players yesterday. I can't remember, what was it? Was it like Matthew and somebody else, Charles? We were on the call for it, and neither player broke 400. This time, both players are pushing 500 in this game.
Yeah, the game between Matthew and Josh was certainly the opposite of this one when it comes to board openness, kind of a bingo frenzy at certain points in this game. Polar opposite of what some of the games we saw yesterday. And Adam, I think, makes his best play of puke and is extending his lead a little bit. So it's, again, as we said earlier, a really good and necessary win for Adam at this stage in the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. He needed it badly. And this is pretty impressive. Also, Adam's clock. We were talking about how typically, even though he's such a fast player, lately in some of his stream games, he's been running it down really low. You can see he's gotten 9 minutes left on his clock, even after a multi-minute bathroom break. So this is closer to the, on brand for me when I watch Adam, is just playing at lightning speed. Part of that is that a lot of his moves simply involved finding bingos or finding a really, really good scoring spot. And there are very few players better at that than Adam. Yeah,
definitely. He showed off all the reasons why he's one of the best players on the continent right now. I think he basically played a perfect game, Will, if I'm not mistaken. We thought Wax earlier in the game might have been a mistake, but actually, he had a grand plan for it that we had missed. So really well played by Adam.
Yeah, so when all said and done, final score is going to be 567 to 487. Yeah, I really, thinking of like, do we have any interview questions for the players? I actually literally cannot think of any question about the strategic aspects of these plays. I mean, the only thing I would say is to take us through Wax, but other than that, I don't think we even need an interview for this game. So we can leave the players be. But yeah, this is just it's a pretty typical performance by both of these players. Again, really the only thing Matthew's going to find that he left 20 points on the table with that play of Cavallero. If that's the biggest mistake that's happening in a game, you're watching very, very high level Scrabble, which was the case here for sure.
Yeah, I feel like that would be the only interview question, would be grilling Matthew about his missed bingos. And that's really not more of a question, more of like an accusation. So probably better not to bother him with that one.
I like it when the questions can let the players shine and show their, strategic masterclass, as opposed to raking them over the coals for the one, moderate mistake that they made in the game. So yeah, I think that's what we'll do this time. Certainly, that's going to be our first game of the day. We'll have 3 more coming up, and for those clinching battles, we'll definitely want to hear from the players about how they're feeling with whoever ends up on top, and any other really strategically deep games that we come across. But while we wrap up the previous round, again, 3 more to come to polish off the tournament today. Just want to say again, really grateful to the team at Let's Play Scrabble for all the work. Josh Greenway, Kieran O'Connor behind the scenes doing incredible work. Live streams for the viewing public. And I certainly feel very passionate that this is a great avenue for us to get our game in front of a wider audience. So if you believe in that message as well, easy thing that you can do to show support is just goosing that algorithm a little bit and clicking all those YouTube buttons that I harp on so often here.
Yeah, and if you're interested in finding out more, the link is right below us here, letsplayscrabble.com. Definitely go there to keep abreast of all upcoming tournaments and live streams run by this dynamic duo of Josh and Kieran, doing a great job getting Scrabble out there for everybody to enjoy.
That was very pro, by the way. I like the link drop right here. Oh, there we go. I got to get the finger in the right spot. So you did it better than I did without coaching. So yeah, thank you very much to LPS. And of course, the second plug we cannot forget is to Word Game Players Organization, WGPO. Very, very generous donation to the Montreal Scrabblefest 2024 to the tune of $5,000 that players are going to be benefiting from. The staff, everybody on site, really helps make these tournaments even more successful. And we do have one more plug to add, and it is for a streaming event that is taking place tomorrow on this very channel. We have a very special extra stream coming tomorrow. Very excited for this. A best of 7 exhibition between none other than our reigning North American champions this year, champion of the Scrabble Players Championship, Josh Sokol, and Word Cup champion Jackson Smylie. Josh and Jackson, 2 great rivals, playing a best of 7 match on stream right here on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube tomorrow. Very excited for that. I'll be on the call again alongside and Stefan Fatsis, bringing you that action tomorrow. So I'm not sure if we've plugged that yet, but I'm very excited for that matchup. Those 2 play banger after banger when they get together. So hopefully, if you're not all scrabbled out, there's going to be even more action tomorrow. So any final words on that previous game we just saw, Charles, before we cut to maybe a short break here?
Nothing to say about that game, but that series between Josh and Jackson, that'd be can't miss TV, or can't miss YouTube, I guess we'll call it. So especially everybody down there in America, you got the day off for Memorial Day. You don't have anything better to do. Ignore your family picnics, ignore your trip to the lake, whatever you were going to do, ignore it, and we can watch 7 more games of Scrabble with Will and Stefan commentating.
Sounds good to me. Anybody out with the family, I want to see you on your phones paying at best half attention to what your family and friends are talking to you about as you are glued to your phone watching top level Scrabble on Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. So with that, we will take a quick break and we'll be back with our final 3 rounds. It's going to be round 13, if I'm not mistaken, coming to you in just a minute. All right, everybody, we're back. Sorry to interrupt the grooviest part of that riff during the break bop, but we're almost set with round 13. We are headed back into the North American Lexicon division. Great matchup between John Shreve and Jackson Smylie. John has been in first place most of the way here, but Jackson, no stranger to taking these big events down. And if it takes a late rally against the top seeds, Charles, he is more than capable of pulling that off.
Yeah, Jackson really doesn't need too much of an introduction. We've already given him somewhat of an introduction earlier this morning. So you can never count him out, but John is just having an amazing tournament, probably not regarded as one of the favorites going in, but has established himself as the favorite right at this moment, which is really what matters in the end.
Yeah, certainly a strong enough player to have a result like this. But really, later on in tournaments, you can have a fast start, even in a field with great players. But towards the end, you're going to be facing those great players over and over again. Players like Jackson Smylie, who are tremendously difficult outs over the Scrabble board. We can take a look at the standings and show you all what we're looking at here. Again, John, 2 games up with 3 games to go. Jackson really, really needing this one. In fact, if John wins this one and both Jackson and Max Panich were to drop their games, that might be it here, Charles. John might be in a position to clinch this division with a little help.
Yeah, all he really needs is, well, I mean, it's easy enough for us to say all he needs to do is beat Jackson and have another player lose. Of course, Jackson's not going to go down without a fight. But the path to a tournament win here for John, to take Jackson down and prove that maybe he should have been the World Cup champion, not Jackson.
Well, I don't know if it works like that, but that would be a great argument to make for John if he could come away with some wins here, especially in this game. So we can cut to the board where the players, I believe, are standing by. There you see John about to take the first move in the game on the left and Jackson on the right, exchanging some pleasantries, maybe some trash talk, Charles. We could be seeing the two players, talking some trash to start this game. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely the handshaking that we just saw was a component of the trash talk. Some sort of right, some sort of like anti-handshake where they're trying to crush each other's fingers. But looks like John's going first. No, sorry, he's just he is going first. He was just drawing tiles and blank early. So good start for John, even if his other letters aren't that good. And it turns out they are rather good. The blank on your first rack is just sort of a sigh of relief. It's like, okay, this game's probably going to go okay for me.
Yeah, and very quickly he spots his only playable bingo of Galette. So well done by him. Of course, if you have the blank and you're going through the alphabet, you're starting with A and going to Z, you're going to get to this word pretty quickly if you know it, because of course the blank is an A in this situation. So nicely spotted. He plays it in his highest scoring spot and wastes really the minimum possible time. Great start for John here.
Yeah, that's definitely what he wants to see. Definitely Jackson is probably thinking he's already at a significant disadvantage in this game. He has 2 S's but no bingo. He's going to have to figure out some way to probably play off at least one of the S's, one of the duplicate O's, possibly the Y as well. And kind of thanks to the positioning of Galette, there's not huge scoring opportunities for him on this turn.
Yeah, it's definitely an uninspiring board. And Jackson has some good stuff to work with in the 2 S's and an E. Of course, the O's and the Y are going to be his top priority. And if you need to get rid of an S while you're at it, that's okay. You've got 2 of them. You can easily play. I would say of the, plays that put an S onto Galette to get some extra score, there are a couple of them like Suey and Louis. I do think Jackson is going to make a play that leaves this S hook open. He wants to let that spot sit because he's got an S. And he wants to get a bingo down in this spot, pluralizing as soon as possible. So I would be surprised. It looks like he has Sui set up. Maybe he's going to go ahead and play that and just get a good amount of points and keep the LS combination for next turn. I would have thought we would see something like Goosey here, Charles, just to leave this spot untouched.
Yeah, I think I agree. You want to leave an S hook open on the board when you've got one. It's worth noting that Sui looks like it would take an S. It looks like it might be a noun, but it does not. So Sui, while using up an S hook on the board, does not set up another one. So that would be, I think, a surprise if Jackson were to do something like that, given that he has two S's.
Yeah, totally agree. That play of Sui, I think that's, I think the definition of that is like the call that you do while, I don't know, like hunting or with your dog or something, where you're going Sui, right?
Yeah,
I think
it's
that's what that
apparently
is.
used for calling pigs. Is of a definition.
Pigs, damn it, dog, I said. All right, close, but no cigar. But I think sorry for, hopefully that didn't pop anybody's eardrums with my Sui call. But yeah, it isn't, I think, an interjection. So you would not want to make a play here like Sui that not only takes out your good S hook, but doesn't give you another one in this spot. So Ghoulie is the play instead. I think that's probably an upgrade over Goosey, Charles, keeping ESS instead of ELS. I like it.
Yeah, I like it a lot too. In a vacuum, ELS would be better, but you don't want to give John any reason to start blocking S hooks on the board. And playing an S for 16 points is a certain way to get John to immediately go on the defensive. So a good idea by Jackson to keep the two S's, even though the conventional wisdom is maybe you'd want to play one of the S's. Smart idea here to not give up too much information to John.
Yeah, that's a tough one to quantify, right? If you play Goosey in that spot, it really is almost a neon sign to John. I've got another S in almost every case. If you swap that L out for an S, you wouldn't, at Jackson's level, you would not use an S so cavalierly. And I do think that, wow. Okay, interesting choice here, Charles. Lacoon, I feel like that is a missed opportunity to get an extra A into this word, lacune, instead of keeping the two A's that you see on John's rack. Maybe a little bit of an inaccuracy there.
Yeah, or even I think I even prefer just Lacuna to not
Sure,
open up the
lacuna.
triple letter score.
Yeah, for
Either
sure.
one would be, I think, an improvement over Lacune, which is not a horrible play, but keeping two A's, you can do a little bit better.
Oh man. Oh, but the Q. How often do you hear this? The Q coming to kind of save John there, to really mesh nicely with those A's, with the U
Yeah,
too.
not to mention the U that he drew. We were seeing UW and we're thinking it's all over for John, but the Q actually sometimes can be a good tile if you've got the exact right tiles on your rack. So John's probably not too disappointed to see that Q.
So yeah, back to Jackson, who finds himself down by not so much that he has to stress out too much. He's got the two S's, and now I feel like playing Hex is certainly the right move in a vacuum to get rid of his two weakest bingo tiles and score 27 points. It also makes it a little bit tougher to make overlapping plays that might threaten his S hook. So a little bit of protection, a theme that we've seen a couple times now going on with this play. But ultimately, I think it's mostly just a quick way to shed those two less productive bingo consonants from Jackson's rack.
Yeah, I think at this stage in the game, with maybe not a lot of X hotspots available, no point keeping the X, trying to get something better out of it. When you've got pretty good bingo tiles being left over, you should take the points with the X where you can get them.
So yeah, back to John. He will have options with this Q. At minimum, he can just play Aqua right here. That is a little bit risky. Sorry for this first A. I promise you that's an A. Aqua is risky here just because it takes the E hook and you're creating a lane that even if Jackson doesn't have an S, and from John's POV, Ghoulie, again, was a very, Jackson hid the fact that he has an S on his rack with this play. Had he played Goosey, John would now know to much more of a certainty that Jackson has an S. But even if he doesn't, playing Aqua is a little bit risky just because this E hook is going to create really easy any play ending in ER, ED, any of those 7-letter words, even that don't contain an S, now score potentially quite well with the plural. It's still a good play though, shedding the Q and scoring 35 points. Anything better that you saw there, Charles?
Yeah, I was wondering, is there any world where you do something like a vow through the first O of Ghoulie, keeping the Q? A vow doesn't really do too much for the board. It doesn't give you a Q spot, really, but also doesn't give back this huge E hook that could damage you. I don't know if I really like a vow, but it's something I would think about, given that I have the Q and the U together. And I'm keeping the Q and the U together.
Yeah, for sure. There was one other really interesting move that would have somehow managed to get rid of the Q and V together, and that would have been Aquavit into this T. You could play it one space over into the other T of Galette as well, but Aquavit right here would have cleaned up the rack all the way down to just a W. Of course, it would have been at a cost of opening the board quite a bit with a whole bunch of nice potential tiles to play through, but amazingly, none of those tiles would have given Jackson a bingo, so it would have worked out quite well for John there. But again, Aqua is not some kind of huge mistake. It's a much more natural move to spot here, and I wonder what Jackson's getting ready to play here. I feel like the Aqua hook is likely to get used on this move.
Yeah, since he doesn't have a bingo available, and he needs to keep scoring points to stay in this game. He is down by a bingo. It seems natural to take the points available with Aqua. Looks like he's got ledges set up, which I believe is the plural of Lex. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah.
Kind of an unnatural looking word, a 5-letter word that does not get played very often. So he does have some ways to score a decent amount of points on this turn. If he does end up playing an S, I think that would probably be considered telegraphing that he has a second one, unless he somehow makes a play where the S was required to make the word work. So, but at this point, maybe you don't worry about that too much.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's hard I just wonder, what is he even going to do if he wants to not reveal his S's here? Just something like GEN, that would score 20 points, as opposed to the longer plays. So he's going to play ENGS, ENGS. That scores 24 points and certainly leaves him a similarly strong leave of ELS. I really don't mind this. I think the thing about it that Jackson's maybe decided is it's going to be very difficult for John to do anything super productive that actually blocks this S hook anyway. Maybe, I mean, what could he do? Play through this U? That's not going to be a very inspiring play. Really, this is the open triple. If John has a play to this triple, it seems like it's going to clearly outperform anything in this area that could block Galettes. So even if John now knows based on this play, oh boy, I think Jackson has another S, he can't really do much about it. So, and Jackson's drawn Neroli's. That is very likely to go down here.
Yeah, and if Neroli somehow does get lucky, he does have ironless through the S of Engs that he just put out in space. Kind of an odd word. You wouldn't expect iron to take an LESS. But Jackson looking pretty good, unless John decides to play through the U of Aqua, like get really aggro with his defense. That would be, and not set up another S hook. That would be a worst case scenario for Jackson.
Yeah, agreed. I can't identify any play that would. So as you said, it doesn't really matter. Whatever John does, I don't want to jump to that Monday matchup too early here. Whatever John does, Jackson's going to bingo on his next turn. The only way that John could possibly block it is playing something like right here, which he definitely does not have with the U, the V and W on his rack meshing so poorly with that U. I just feel like the very normal play would be, whoa, and there he does. Look at that. So this is a direct response to Jackson playing his S. John has a lead, and that's actually not the worst outcome for Jackson here. John taking such a big point sacrifice with something like naive available here. He sacrifices a lot of scoreboard points, and Jackson's still going to get a bingo down. So that works out pretty well for Jackson in the exchange here.
Yeah, I don't blame John for making that move at all. That, I think, a natural reaction to the play of Engs by Jackson. Just so happened that Jackson still had a bingo that played even when the S hook was taken away from him. So I think I understand John's reasoning there, but there's a lot of points to pass up over something like naive down from the N of Lacune.
Wow, and look at how things are swinging here with that second blank and the Z coming onto Jackson's rack while John continues to slog through. Kind of a weird combination of tiles here. Now, even more so after Ironless, this triple word score is going to be extremely difficult to use productively. I guess he could play like Narek here. That doesn't inspire me tremendously much. Raw seems like kind of sadly the most like productive play that he can do. The issue with any play here that relies on keeping a good leave to be valuable is that now after this V is out in space, where are you even going to bingo on the resulting board after this play? So yes, this is a nice way to get a few points. It might just be best to keep flexible tiles for next turn and shed your W and one of your two A's. But if you have aspirations of getting a bingo down, it's going to be very difficult on this board, Charles.
Yeah, the way this board is developed, especially after like V and Aqua, which doesn't take any hooks, things like that. The utility of keeping bingo letters is all of a sudden, non-existent, other than the reason you mentioned, Will, which is just having flexible letters in general. It's better to have good letters than bad letters. It's just in this case, you can't really expect your good letters to be bingoing. So that changes how you play a little bit on this board. And I think both players are fully aware of the state of the board at this point, and they know that they have to adjust a little bit for the fact that there's nowhere to bingo.
Yeah, it looks like Jackson has set aside the P and the W, and I think for me, this might be a first. We might be about to see the first North American streamed use of the word pwn. I haven't seen it, at least. Maybe it's happened unbeknownst to me, but this is a recent addition to the dictionary. We love internet origin words like this making its way in. Hopefully uwu makes its way soon, but we're getting pwn here. Nicely done by Jackson for sure. That looked like by far his best play.
Yeah, and Will, I think both you and I have probably spent a little bit too much time on online games in our pasts. So we're very familiar with this word, and we're happy to see it on the board here in sort of a less aggressive gaming context.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, man. So we didn't even get to analyze this play. So that's a very nice overlapping play, a little insertion play of EGAD for John. But shockingly, he actually had a bingo there, cavitied on his rack with these same letters. You would almost, it's shocking that he even had a fit through the V in third position. That is exactly where you would need an 8-letter bingo to go. I feel like in a certain sense, even looking in that spot is kind of like it's off the beaten path unless you're really in the zone. You might not even consider looking in that spot, and John letting a potential opportunity get past him there to get a bingo down on this board. That being said, Jackson has great letters and would have been able to respond with something powerful there.
Yeah, I think just as I was saying that both players are sort of changed their mindset to no longer focusing on bingos. The danger of changing your mindset in that way is that you fail to look in the obscure spots for bingos that might actually play. I think I might fall into the same exact trap where only reasonable bingo line is 8-letter words with V in the third position, and I just don't even bother thinking about it. I just immediately go to some other thoughts, as John did. So a totally understandable outcome, given that both players are thinking this board is dead to bingos.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if you would just tell the person you have a playable bingo, they're going to find it every time. And John actually has another word on his rack here of Vitrix. That is not the easiest one to see. I'm so curious what Jackson's going to do here. He has this D open, but it doesn't really seem like he can hit that without burning his blank, which I really don't think he wants to do here, especially with solid plays like Zoo available. He may consider playing Zoo. My question, though, is would he ever consider playing Azo here with the blank in hand, knowing that if he did so, he would be keeping IDY. If he draws a 7-letter word ending in Y, it's going to play here. And with the Z of Azo in this spot, it doesn't really yield any kind of scoring counterplays by John here. It doesn't feel like a play in this spot is going to be any good. But Jackson does play it a little safer. He plays Zoo. He doesn't want to take any chances. I think that makes sense after John's previous 2 plays look a little bit menacing with the letters that he's playing and the low number of letters that he's playing. You can give him a little bit more credit to have strong tiles, and Jackson doesn't want to leave anything to chance here. So I was curious about that, Charles. Do you think there's any merit to playing Azo there over Zoo?
I think I do like it, but I think it would be a more reasonable play if Jackson was actually down more in this game. Since he has the blank, he has the luxury of sort of playing it slow, playing it safe. If John ever gets kind of aggressive and starts opening up bingo lanes for himself, hopefully Jackson's in a position to pounce at that point. With a 32-point play of Zoo available, he doesn't need to go crazy opening stuff up for himself.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a much more patient approach. There's no reason for him to feel that level of urgency, especially because he does have the blank, the second blank, and a nice mix of scoring tiles as well. It's been mentioned, too, that this sets up his ability to play Zadie as a counterplay there. And John immediately spotted his 2 good options into this D. I saw on his rack he had set up Visid for 36. Instead, he goes with Virid, which is a 9-point sacrifice. At the same time, it does keep the S on his rack, which is always nice, even though this board is certainly not as good as certain boards would be for an S. There's just no hooks. You now see 2 Vs out in space, very, very closed off. It's going to be extremely difficult to access the top of the board, especially on the right side. So, yeah, makes sense. I might have considered spending my S there, Charles, to get the 9 more points, just because the board is just so terrible for 7-letter words ending in S. But I don't know. Do you have any thought there?
Yeah, as you mentioned, Will, the S is not useful on this board, other than it's generally useful as a flexible tile. It's not particularly useful as a bingo tile here because there's nowhere to bingo and there's no S hooks. So something like Viskid, keeping RT for a few more points, I would definitely consider it. But it would be close. I would have a hard time deciding between those 2 plays.
So it's been pointed out that Jackson actually managed to draw a bingo through this W. Ridgeway is a valid word here. So Ridgeway, surprisingly, you would see the W, one of the weakest bingo tiles. But there is an argument to be made for just playing Zadie as well, scoring 36 and leaving your blank. So those 2 plays are really close. I think given how constricted this board actually is, I think I would take the bingo for sure, because normally with the blank, when you're keeping it for next turn, you're doing it with an expectation that you're going to score a good number of points now and then bingo in the future. But with the board so tight, that's less of a guarantee than usual. So I probably would have played Ridgeway there, but Zadie, certainly not a huge mistake.
Yeah, I definitely prefer the bingo there. It's possible that Jackson missed it, maybe with the G and the Y, not looking through the W. Again, it's kind of an easy trap to fall into where it just doesn't seem like there would be a bingo there, so you stop looking. And the downside of Zadie, which we're seeing here, is it does somewhat often give back large counterplays for your opponent. Ridgway doesn't really do that. If Ridgway had come down, John would have been looking down from the Z for a scoring spot, and not having a play there would be in a lot different situation. So I think Jackson playing Ridgway kind of has some ramifications on the next few turns.
Yeah, really good points there. Worth noting that bias in the same spot as tabs would have scored slightly better at a cost of leaving 3 consonants and 2 T's. It would have left CTT. So tabs, a slight point sacrifice, but it did lead to John having slightly more flexible tiles going into this turn. So this is shaping up here to be quite the closed board battle. I really think Jackson is likely to be quite comfortable on this board. I just wonder what's going to happen eventually when somebody makes a play obstructing this W. As weak as a bingo tile as that is, I do feel like it's definitely possible that Jackson will draw into a blank bingo through that W, but maybe John's going to figure out a way to block it. And then what does Jackson do? I guess you can still get some stuff into this A. It is somewhat open. Maybe AR, something like that. Maybe that AN. All of those things are theoretically possible, but man, if not for that, if that spot also gets blocked, now you're really looking at complete board death here.
Yeah, definitely this is shaping up to be more of an American lexicon game and not an international lexicon game.
Yes.
It's kind of everybody jokes about it. This is typical for games played in the American lexicon, where you run out of spaces to play halfway through the game, and both players end up scoring 350. I think both players are, have good enough scores at this point where it won't be quite that bad, but it's going to be a slog for the rest of this game unless somebody does something drastic.
Yeah, I'm just curious whether Jackson, what tack is he going to take here? Is he going to try to open something? He's just, wow, look at that. Okay, so that is a really good play, actually. I think it actually leads to him bingoing a whole bunch of the time. If he draws an I, he can play Energias into this. He draws an O. I don't know exactly yet what. Well, certainly Wagoners is a threat. So that, the W maybe meshing really well with the rest of Jackson's letters there. I'm just wondering how. The thing that I'm wondering is, by Jackson just playing the P, you are definitely motivating John to try to block something however possible. And there you do see one of the possible plays that Jackson could have played just get blocked there. Almost certainly a direct response to the one tile play of Poe, Charles.
Yeah, John is definitely paying attention to Jackson's plays here. He's not just playing in a vacuum. He's not a computer. He's responding directly to what he perceives to be Jackson's strength, his bingo strength. One downside of Poe, just playing off the P in that spot, is it does actually make it harder to bingo through the A of Galette, because pawn is not a word, POR is not a word, POG is not a word. That wouldn't come up very often.
Hurtful, but yes.
So you can end your eights with an A, but you can no longer really play through the A. You can't do AE words either. So I would have been looking for some other way to play off the P in that position, but given that there weren't really other places to play it, maybe playing pup instead. Poe is still a fine play. Oh, Will, did you mute yourself? I'm not hearing you right now.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I did. I'm trying to spare everybody my sneezes and swigs of water. Thank you very much, Charles. But what I was saying was, the plays that he could get are not just the W. So I like the P play there because you can get Energias. And in fact, he has one playable bingo here of Geraniol. It's been spotted in the chat. it's a scary word to play just because you know that John's been playing short for several turns. He's even, played his S here. That looks kind of ominous. So I wonder if Jackson is going to be patient and not want to open up the board in this way until he gets something safer. He might be considering trying to gun for this spot because it would at least not open a triple lane back to John. I don't know. It's tempting. What is really that great that he could play, though? Would he just play like no? I can't imagine he would use his N. He kind of needs to keep N G together. If he's going to play something, it would be a G. Rather, if he's going to break up his NG, he would probably play the G. So I don't know. This is brutal. I feel like I'm inclined probably to cross my fingers and just play Geraniol and hope that John has something a little clunky. Do you have a different instinct, Charles?
I would take the bingo here for sure. The G in the triple line, you don't like to put it there. But in terms of letters that you could put there, the G is not that bad. I guess A, G, E, S bingos, triples are theoretically a possibility with one A unseen. But I think taking the points here on a board where you're not really guaranteed to get bingos that play next turn makes a lot of sense. So I like this play by Jackson in a good spot in sort of a weird location. It's easy to forget that OK is a word and you're not looking for bingos that end in OL. That's not your first instinct.
Yeah, I agree that that's not the easiest word to spot here. So kudos to Jackson for spotting it. Of course, I'm not surprised for Jackson to find any play, no matter what degree of difficulty it is. But he's going to be very happy that when he sees John's eventual play, that it's not going to be a bingo. He has no playable bingos here. And it's going to be kind of difficult for him to score any number of points either. So this is shaping up pretty well for Jackson, but he's surely not out of the woods now because after Geraniol, the board does have a whole bunch of open tiles. It will be Jackson's top priority now to try to close those areas of the board down, and it'll be John's priority to keep them open as best he can. So I wonder if he'll consider something like Emmett up here to try to create another lane, which will be difficult to block everything all at once after that. I wonder what he'll do here. It looks like a good equity play for him, Charles, is just Atma through this A, just using one of his two T's and the M. That looks kind of nice.
Yeah, that is actually a really nice play. Really hard to spot, though, especially with the blank as a component of it. You're not necessarily thinking to make a play in that spot. And even if you think maybe that it's possible, you might not realize that just playing off the M and the T, that your remaining letters of C, E, O, R, T are as good as they are. That's actually basically as good a leave as he can hope to keep on this turn. So Atma doesn't really block anything. In fact, it absolutely doesn't block anything. So it has a lot of merit. Also, Willie mentioned Emmett from the G of Geraniol. Another good idea to set up another bingo spot. John's not down by that much. He's only down by 40. So he might not necessarily need to gun for a bingo in this position, just because if he thinks he can just outscore Jackson normally, there might still be a path to victory that way. But definitely playing a bingo would be a more direct way of taking control back in this game.
Yeah, it's true. The other nice thing about playing Atma is that maybe the rest of your letters would be CEORT. Maybe you could draw some kind of cover word through this V, because Jackson's eventually going to have a really great block on his turn of bow, right? This has been pointed out in chat. This looks like a tremendous play. Jackson doesn't really have anything good through that G. Neither player really does. Emmett being the best thing that we've pointed out a couple times for John. But that leave for John actually might be surprisingly non-horrible to maybe get an 8-letter word through this V. I just want to point that out. He's already had one in this game that eluded his notice. But yeah, it's not likely to play through the V, but it's not impossible. And he is going to go ahead and play Gorm. This is a good play to get through that G and deny Jackson an opportunity, but this is not an easy lane to hit compared to Gemmet, just because you're pretty much committed to starting with a vowel. Gemmet would have given him the option to start with at least a few of the consonants that he could have drawn from the bag. We'll see what he draws. Not he. For those watching from overseas, he cannot play the word you may be seeing through the A. So, and Jackson's very likely to be blocking this right now, Charles, anyway.
Yeah, after Gorm, which only sets up a marginal bingo line, the clear path forward for Jackson is just continue his quest to keep the board closed. And Bo does it so easily. He's got it set up. Clearly thinking that if he can just play that, take what does that give him, a 50-point lead, 40-point lead, or something like that.
43.
With very few bingo lines available, it gets very hard for John in this game.
Yeah, and he's gonna play.
It's a similar idea, but
Fub. I wonder if this is at least in part a reaction to the imbalance here. You can see there are double the consonants to vowels. I do feel like Bo is a pretty good option, and it looked like he had it set up on his rack. So I'm curious, maybe if we do interview after the game, we'll ask him if he's responding a little bit to that, to the composition of the unseen tiles. But I certainly feel like Bo would have been a slight improvement there. But this is pretty blocky as well. I don't think it gives back any, like, it's that E being open after Fub as opposed to Bo. It's going to be really, really difficult to play anything through that E anyway. So not officially blocking it doesn't make that much of a difference.
Yeah, I think the only thing I'd be concerned about is bingo starting with the R of geraniol, which we're going to get blocked with Bo. I guess putting the ER there does open you up for 9-letter words. John's a good player. If he needs to, he's going to be looking for 9-letter words. So it's maybe a little bit of a wash, but I'm also still leaning towards Bo a little bit on that turn. But maybe Jackson has some grand plan that we're not aware of. That's already happened to us, Will, a couple times when we've been commentating, missing these plans from the players.
Yeah, and it's, if ever anybody is concocting plans like that, that would make total sense when we're finally, when all is revealed. Jackson's a great candidate for that. So we'll see how the game proceeds. Jackson's still in very, very good shape here after an early start where John bingoed with Galette to open the game. Jackson's fought his way all the way back to have a solid lead on kind of a difficult board here. Looks like John is about to reach for some points by playing Den. Nice thing about this play is it gets him a solid number of points without really blocking anything else on the upper part of the board. I do worry, though, that Jackson's going to use that opportunity. It doesn't block anything existing, but it also doesn't open anything new, and it's going to give Jackson an opportunity to continue shutting the board down as best he can.
Yeah, although it's easier said than done for John to actually open stuff up on this board. There's no straightforward way to do that, and especially no straightforward way to do that while scoring points. So the way the board developed with those V's in critical spots makes it hard for John to give himself hope for bingos in the future.
Yeah, agreed. John's run into some issues as well. His rack is not the best right now. I guess the nice thing for John is he left CETT and he did draw 3 vowels. The nice thing about drawing the vowels is that it puts you a little bit more in play to get a 7-letter word starting with a vowel if you can just fish, exactly right. But Jackson looks like he's strongly considering just ahi right here. This feels a little bit risky. It does a good job blocking the R and this lane that I just described at a cost of, you basically give John one crack at having the last S and playing a bingo down from there, which is a little bit nerve-wracking. Maybe that is Jackson is considering a G. That in turn would have the issue of opening an E that John would have one crack from getting to get an 8-letter bingo down through that E. We know that either way, John does not have any options right here. So either of these plays is going to be safe, but it's actually really interesting, Charles, to think about which of these would be preferred.
Yeah, and the other downside of both these plays is that you can still bingo underneath them. I think it's easier to bingo underneath AJI rather than AJEE.
True.
But like something like just starting with COT, which John has sitting on his rack, is a not a common occurrence, but it can happen. And Jackson at this point isn't just accounting for common occurrences, is accounting for anything that John might try to do to get back in this game. So he is sort of reconsidering it, but now he's putting it back and it has hit his clock. So this is his final play. Maybe setting up his H on the double letter, triple word area. There's not too many other letters in the bag that will hit that spot, just the F and the M. So
yeah,
this might also be a play to set up points for him in next turn.
The nice thing too is that you've just seen John play Den. So you are pretty sure, obviously, if he had the F, it's almost a sure bet that he would have played Def in that spot. So you know that John did not have the F when he played Den. That makes this spot a little bit safer because he would have had to draw the F from the bag if he was going to really hammer it. And of course, as you said, Jackson already has the H. You can see he just drew the F, which very likely is not a surprise to him. And as you said, this is a little bit tougher to underlap going all the way through. It kind of hurts a little bit to feel, I mean, Jackson runs the risk of getting hit with a bingo right now, but if he can just avoid it for one turn, the board is going to be so dead after this play. I mean, now, yes, this makes sense for John to play this, but now the board looks so devoid of anything. You're going to need something really precise, like a bingo through the V, like cavitied, or something crazy through the W. It's going to be really tough, Charles, to get a bingo down.
Yeah, there's two things working against John right now: running out of time in the game and running out of spots on the board. And even though he's only down by like 28, I think is the margin, with both those things working against him, it's like surprisingly difficult to get a win here. He would just have to pray that like Jackson somehow stops scoring entirely and that John can come back with like some sort of non-bingo sequence. That doesn't seem likely at this point. Jackson's basically got the board exactly how he wants it, given his lead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if from his POV, you see the tile tracking in the upper right corner. Is there even anything that John can have through the W of raw on the bottom of the board right here, or the V of V? It might be that the likeliest threat could be 9-letter words through this A. And don't forget also, Jackson drew the O, which he has to have liked to have seen too, by drawing this O before Otic. Now after Otic, it's going to be next to impossible to do anything. You need the S as well. But yeah, look at that. Jackson's decided that potentially the biggest threat was 9-letter words through FA. I think he's totally ignoring the V and W of raw, and I think that probably makes sense.
Yeah, and also he's running out of time. He's got barely over a minute left, so he's just got to go by intuition here. I don't think he had time to enumerate all the possibilities that John had. Maybe we're underestimating him. Maybe he did sort of iterate through those things. But I think here he's just taking out what appears to be the most likely bingo spot, and I think he's correct to do that.
It turns out that there were no 9-letter words playable through that FA anyway, but as you suggested, with the clock ticking down, there's no way he could permute through with absolute assurance. I think it's a little easier to look at the V and W and instinctively just know with the unseen tiles that remain, there's pretty much no way John could have anything. So he just went with his gut and assumed if there is anything, it's probably through FA. It turns out there isn't, and Jackson's very likely to be home free here because the board is so, I mean, is there anything he can fish for down low through the W? It doesn't look very good to me.
Yeah, it was mentioned in chat that Divinest through the V was still unseen to Jackson.
Oh,
So
okay.
if he had done, the full enumeration, which would take a long time and is not guaranteed to be accurate, he might have made a different play than Alpha. The other nice thing about Alpha is it actually does score points. So if something like Divinest happens, he might still win in the end game.
Yeah, diviners, divinist, and inviters were all possible through that V. It's worth noting too that even if John plays those, it might be possible for Jackson at this score after Offa. John would only be up by a handful of points after those plays. He'd probably be up by something between like 15 and 25 points. With just one tile. So if Jackson managed to have a good scoring play, he might be okay in some of those instances. But actually, it does look like maybe those bingos through the V would be problematic for him. So maybe that was the spot to block. Either way, we know that John was not threatening anything. So good job by Jackson in clearly a difficult game with just a minute left on his clock. He did have a lot of difficult decisions to consider in this one. So I do imagine talking to him about some of these being illuminating for us.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like we always learn a lot when we get an insight into Jackson's thought processes. Very illuminating, not just for the viewers, but for allegedly expert level players doing the commentary.
Oh, yes, I like the inclusion of allegedly for sure. So yeah, I'm just wondering where there. I'm trying to look through the W as well. Looks like maybe Miss Right was available for John as a possibility, but that might be it. So 3 things that in that previous position of Offa for Jackson, 3 threats through the V, 1 through the W, none through the FA. There's no way. I mean, if I'm sitting there over the board, I'm totally doing it by my gut, which would have told me the same instinct that he took there. So yeah, John is in a bit of a pickle here. 1 tile in the bag, not a lot of space on the board. Anybody out there, chime in if you see a good fishing play that he could make here, but it looks pretty grim. I guess he could fish a T and go for a Divinist, but again, the issue there, Jackson, even with 1 minute on his clock, is probably going to see that and figure out a way to block.
Yeah, John could try something like Matt from the MA of Gorman to G, set up, Matt's mate, Matt with 2 T's. A downside there is that
if you
probably
draw your
gets
end,
blocked.
yeah, if you draw your end for Divinist, you're then gonna also threaten. If you just play Matt right here, you're gonna draw Tiniids, right? So that would be the fish. That makes some sense. I agree that should be pretty blockable. Even something like L high should do the trick. So maybe there's something even better. Oh wait, Matt would allow him to play like Hillam and Math. So there you go. That should be pretty conclusive. But you at least give Jackson a chance to mess up under time pressure.
Right, or you might overlook Math. That's not the most natural hook for Matt. But it looks like John is, I think, throwing in the towel here. This play would never win.
Yeah, he's got if he's trying to create some kind of even crazy win situation for himself, he's got to play only 1 tile. He's just not, the score is just not in the right zone for him to make a play like this. So this is clearly a play where John just cannot find anything that gives him a realistic chance. So he's going to go ahead and try to get out in the end game a little bit faster. And you can see he draws the R. So he'll have a couple different options here in various areas. Jackson with 38 seconds, but this is not really a high pressure situation. He just pretty much play any reasonable play and he's going to be just fine. So he plays his top scoring consonants so that John doesn't collect the points for them. And we're going to get to the end of the game here with a pretty impressive win that Jackson Smylie absolutely had to have, Charles.
Yeah, he needed this win badly, as we discussed before the game. 2 games down with 3 games to go. Playing the guy who's ahead of you, that's that's like textbook must-win situation for Jackson. So he did pull it out after a slow start. John's opening bingo of Galette clawed his way back on a kind of a closed board, and we see the handshaking. Apparently, they're not trash talking, and it's a win for Jackson.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. That the Hillam situation after just Matt would not have blocked Divinus, so it would be a play like L high for Jackson would have gotten in the way of both of those. So there were definitely plays after John fishing a T in that spot that would have secured the win there. But yeah, really interesting game here. There's plenty to. I mean, I feel like you guys in the chat sound off what you want to ask. I would like to ask about Ghoulie versus Goosey. I think Angs was an interesting situation. Zoo was another one. Poe, Geraniol, did he consider not bingoing? Fub versus Bo, a G versus Ahi. And it's like every turn had some nuance to it there.
Yeah, and we also need to know if he saw Ridgeway and passed it up.
Oh yeah.
Basically, every turn was full of thoughts and ideas.
Yeah, so we'll talk to Jackson, and not sure if John also wants to chime in as well, because there were some interesting ones for him too. A couple of those would be just look. I mean, some of those would take the form of the type of questions that maybe we wanted to stay away from, Charles, which are like did you see this word? That's
yeah, the mean questions.
Yeah, but all right. So we got Jackson on the headset here. Not sure if you're hearing us there, Jackson. Maybe not yet. So we turn on his. Okay, so he doesn't have our audio yet, but momentarily he's going to hear us. I think I can hear it, Charles, when they turn the audio of the headsets on.
Yeah, you start hearing crackling and noise from the playing room.
Yeah, so we'll know. All right, I think that's the sign that the headsets are turned on. Jackson, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Wow. Okay, so Charles and I here in the booth are literally going through basically every turn of the game that you just played had some nuance or strategic, depth to it.
Yeah,
Which clearly manifested itself in that clock at the end. Every turn
I
had
know.
a lot to dig into. So I don't know. Is there any Charles? Where should we start here with Jackson?
I guess maybe early in the game, Ghoulie versus Goosey. Clearly, you had some thought process behind that, but we'd like to hear about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those classic turns where Crackle generally likes shedding the S, especially in these kinds of cases with a lot of lanes open. Like, I assume ELS does actually bingo a bit more than ESS, but I think what Crackle doesn't recognize is like the recursive value of the S more long term. So I generally tend towards keeping two S's over something like ELS. It also gives your opponent information, and that could help them, not make a big S for you. To me, the bigger question was Sui versus Ghoulie. I was never going to play Goosey, but Sui is a very decent play. He scores 8 more points. But I just like keeping the S hook a bit more open and long term.
Yeah, Sui though also an adjective, right? So that would really it doesn't take the S.
I didn't know that. I would have played
Yeah,
Suis.
I think it's so.
That would have made my
I
decision easier if
said
I'd known that.
Yeah, so I said during the stream, there's no way he's going to play that, even though it looks good at first glance, because it's the call. Apparently, you call pigs with that interjection. Sui,
Okay.
Sui, you call the pigs. Anyway, I said it was dogs on the stream. But just so you know, Ghoulie actually sims better than Goosey already
Okay.
without the extra consideration that you just outlined. So that is a testament to the fact that Ghoulie has to be correct here when even the engine likes it, when actually human totally agree with you that hidden information, the extra fog of war is worth a lot to you. So that was a really, really good turn. Tech's pretty clear, but Angs is like an agonizing position for you here. Talk us through this one.
Yeah, it's one of those positions where I feel like in the past, it's very easy to get demoralized early when your opponent opens with a blank bingo, and it's easy to over adjust, I find, and to be like a bit too obsessed with bingoing back as soon as you can. Obviously, like you want to tend towards that, but I was trying to be careful to not over adjust and to not just go for bingos when I'm down like 30 or 40 early on. I didn't want to play Jeans because the A hook and Leggies, it scores 4 more, but like NS is definitely worse than ELS. It's one of those like very technical decisions that you try to hone your intuition before the tournament so that during the tournament you can make the right call. I hope it's the right call intuitively, but who knows? I
Yeah,
do like it in the end as a balance of all the different options.
it is another play that the engine favors. And the thing that I love about it is that even if you're giving John that extra information that, yeah, I probably do have another S when I'm playing this, it's very, very difficult for him to productively block the Galette's hook. And you actually
Yeah.
saw he took a big sacrifice to do it. Really good
Yeah.
intuition by John to play V there, but you did
Yeah.
escape with ironless anyway. So it ended up costing him a bit on the scoreboard to block that S hook, which is itself a good outcome for you. And you still
No,
end up
exactly.
bingoing. So
I was
that was,
happy with that.
again, engine says you nailed it. I feel like we can't put too much stock in the engine, but the more human reasons behind it make total sense. So again, that was really impressive. But the game continues to get more complicated later on. Did you have any thoughts on the zoo position of any other options? I mean, again, that is what the computer analysis thinks is the best play, but did you think of anything
Yeah.
else?
I mean, I thought of Zeta. I was trying to look for setups, and it sounds like there might have been a setup that I didn't see.
No, I don't think
Um,
so.
Zeta, it opens the board, which looks nice, but I was really happy to play the waiting game because Zoo keeps Zadie next turn, which obviously does give back a score on the side. But I was pretty happy biding my time. I have the last blank. I'm pretty comfortable kind of like playing the waiting game and then hoping to hit one of these marginal lanes at some point.
Yeah.
And just trying to pad my lead as I do that. So I was pretty comfortable with Zoo. But you see why I always try to save so much time for the pre-end game, because like those early turns really cost me in the end game. Because plays like
Well,
Ag and Alpha are plays that should
yeah.
take like 5 minutes apiece, and I wish I could
Yeah.
have taken the 5 minutes, but I just had to go with my gut. And in the pre-end game, your gut is so often wrong.
Yeah, those positions were, of course, brutal. I don't know, Charles. Do we want to? Obviously, we want to let the players move on to the next game. I have like 5 more questions I would ask Jackson, but maybe you can ask your top question for Jackson.
I guess just the Ag versus Ag decision. If you can quickly run us through
Yeah.
that, and then we probably end the interview.
Yeah, I mean, Agi, the upside is it blocks a few more bingos, I think. I don't love putting the E there, but it makes underlapping slightly harder, and he obviously, if he has an S, which I think he often does, it blocks S bingos there. The biggest thing about Agi is that it leaves 7 in the bag, and so this is where it gets complicated, is that leaving 7 in the bag, I'm starting to think maybe I could outrun some bingos, so I don't mind giving him the E there. If he bingos to the E, he goes up by 20-something points, empties the bag, I have endgame control. It's going to be a close game. It's going to be a lot of like 4-point wins, 4-point losses. But I was more comfortable playing Agi, letting him bingo if he does, and then having him empty the bag. I figured if I play Agi and he doesn't bingo, I'm in a pretty comfortable position to block bingos. And then the other worry is I could play Agi and he plays like Fukai or something like that and slowly outscores, but I wasn't super worried about that. I felt like I still had control there. It was one of these plays that, like, if the score was different in 5 points in either direction, it might be the wrong play. But I felt like it just squeaked by enough to outrun enough situations.
Yeah, it makes total sense. I mean, that one was brutal to grapple with. The other thing I thought was that you are setting up your H if he doesn't play up there, and he just played Den, which is a great sign that he does not have the F as well on his rack.
Yeah.
So you're setting up a spot that greatly favors you. So anyway, I don't know if John is standing by. There were questions we would have asked him too, but thank you very much. We're going to let the both of you go as we move on to the next round. Great win for you, and we're excited to see how the last couple of rounds shake out from here. So nicely done, Jackson, and good luck to you.
Thank you both. Take care.
Cool. So there you have it. Really, really interesting game here from those two players. You see the standings, John and Jackson. Wow, it looks like man his game. I guess Seth also won his game as well. So pretty much all the challengers to John won their games, Charles, with John dropping. That really tightens things up.
Yep. Yeah, that's going to be sort of a bloodbath there in the WOW division. Here in these last 2 games, a lot of players vying for the first play donated to the cause.
Yeah, for sure. Which is a huge shout out to John. Obviously, we said it yesterday for his patronship of the Scrabble community and of WGPO in general. And we are cutting immediately to our next game. We are going to go back to the Collins division. So maybe let's look at the standings there really quickly. This would be an absolutely stunning win. You see his opening rating going into this tournament, 1481, and yet he is there ahead of several players who are either in or have flirted with the 2000 rating plateau. That is absolutely astounding, Charles.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would say before this tournament, I would have been surprised, given the level of play we saw from him yesterday. Not really that surprised. Neil is clearly a very good player, improving quickly, and players like that can always catch you off guard with their strong results.
Yeah, I feel like Neil is very active in places like the Woogles Discord and is playing a lot of games. I know he's played a bunch of games with strong players like Matthew O'Connor. So his pedigree is all there for him to be fast learning. This defies all expectation for sure. So let's go to the board and see the players getting ready. This is fresh face, new blood, Neil Gann against really I don't want to say the oldest of the old guard. Adam's not that old, but he is definitely a very well-established elite player in the world. I would put him firmly in the conversation for that number 2 spot behind Nigel Richards as one of the strongest players in the world. Yeah, this is going to be fascinating. Hard not to root for Neil a little bit, but I don't know. Adam is always so fun to watch. It's hard for me to pick a horse in this race.
I feel like Adam's got to be preferred in this one, even given Neil's rapid rise. Adam's just been at the top for so long that if you were to put money on it, it might be on Adam, but either way, we're hoping for a good game.
Just need to reset these scores, which I'm going to do momentarily for you all as we get the first rack. I'm seeing a few too many vowels, but maybe, it actually came back around a little bit to have some balance after all of those vowels to start. Maybe we're going to see one of the cat sounds that I notice your cat, Charles, has been more relaxed lately.
Yeah, definitely a quieter cat this morning. Apologies to anybody who is disturbed by cat meowing noises yesterday morning, or if you were enjoying the cat meowing noises, I apologize that they're not present from my end this morning.
Yeah, I think mine are just chilling in some other room. They know during streaming time that at least nowadays, that's just me time. So yeah, that's how it goes. They're well trained, not really. I'm just saying that. But yeah, Neil going first here. He'll have a way of getting the M on the double letter score. Finding a 5-letter word. There are a couple of them available. So I do expect to play like odium or meow with all those vowels, either of which will be a perfectly good start to this game. It's just a question of these little nuances. I guess if you had to pick one of those, probably odium is the slight favorite just for the AR leave, which is very flexible, balanced, one vowel, one consonant. Instead, we're going to see Duma, which is not so far off. But again, the I, really nice with just one, but hopefully Neil will not draw a second or third one to pair with it.
Yeah, definitely odium is a little bit better here. AR just seems intuitively to be a better leave than IR, probably. Among reasons, one of the reasons is 2 I's could really tank the value of this leave. So maybe a slight misstep, but not disastrous, and a relatively good start for Neil. Moving on to Adam, suffering from lack of vowels, but has good bingo stuff other than the V and the F. So his priority is probably trying to just play off the V and the F in some way.
It looks like he's considering just exchanging FV, which looks pretty darn strong. The leave of rents with even one vowel, picking that from the bag would definitely lead to a lot of bingos for Adam. So I feel like his instinct is telling him maybe getting rid of that in an exchange would work out well. Another idea is just playing something like Van or Nav here. But the problem with this is that placing a V out in space like this would allow Neil to play something underlapping and create a suddenly much more closed board. So I think Adam is going to like the idea of exchanging, leaving this board nice and open. If he gets an S bingo, it'll play lots of good bingo tiles to play eights through and force Neil to try to make a blocking play to the best of his ability, which he may not have the right tiles to do. So I think we're likely to see exchange FV, but maybe he'll put, maybe Nav is a little better just because then at least if you see a knave hooking play or something like that, you might still have a chance if you draw the right vowels. I don't know. This is a tough one, Charles. I'm not sure.
Yeah, my first inclination is exchange. I see mentioned in chat that FAV would be an option. Collins has not adopted the new NWL words yet. So
Yeah.
Fav, or I guess you would pronounce it Fave, was added to NWL. That's not an option in this game yet. If it was, I think that would be the clear play. Minus that option, something like Nav just scores so few points, keeps the F, which could backfire. If you're going to score 6 and do something like that, you might as well score 0 and exchange.
Yeah, score 0 and really max out your odds of bingoing on the next turn. That which exchanging would do. But that being said, I could easily see just wanting to take a couple points here and hoping that, and there we go. Okay, he's made his choice. Taking the F and V, slapping him down, exchange 2, which I have to say, from Neil's POV, certainly looks menacing that Adam has 5 tiles that he likes. You have to assume that he is a huge favorite to be getting a bingo down next turn. How, if you are Neil, do you consider approaching this turn to try to prevent that from happening? It doesn't seem very easy, Charles.
Yeah, after an exchange 2, you've maybe got Adam pegged for an S, so Dumas is a possibility. Plus, there's all those floating vowels to bingo through. If I'm Neil, I guess I'm mostly looking at restricting the double doubles. Like I might try to play on top of Dumas somehow, block the D, the O, and maybe the U, and force bingos to be a little bit more low scoring. But actually not sure if he has an efficient way of doing that.
Yeah, I just don't even know what is the correct play here in a vacuum is already kind of difficult to suss out. What is the correct play after Adam's exchange 2 feels even tougher for me to figure out. There are a bunch of different options that might normally look okay. I guess, yeah, I mean, this play in a vacuum looks pretty strong, getting rid of 2 of the 3 A's and the V in one go. I feel like after the exchange, I would be sorely tempted to play something like Vacua here just to do my best to block some of the space on the board and force Adam's bingos, unless he gets a very unlikely bingo through the V. Maybe you force some of Adam's bingos to be a little lower scoring and maybe giving you a little more counterplay. Whereas this not only hooks with an S, but it hooks with an L, 2 tiles that you could easily see being in Adam's rack after an exchange 2. So, again, this is a real hair splitter. Either way, Adam's going to bingo fast and take an early lead.
Yeah, nice spot by Adam. NWL viewers watching might not know that Ava takes an S, but it does, so no concerns there. One thing I was thinking about for Neil was playing Ava on top of Duma, setting up Kava, but also in Collins, that could backfire since Ava takes a T in front of it in Collins. So that would have worked out badly for him. Probably a good idea to avoid being so drastic, even with the C setup. So anyway, we're moving on to Neil, who's drawn duplicate R's and duplicate I's. Sort of shades of keeping IR on his first turn. It took a couple turns to manifest, but there we've got the duplicates, and he's got, I think, one standout play here, maybe a couple, next to punters hitting the double letter score.
Yeah, I mean, he can play COIR right here, scoring a solid number of points, but we can actually see that Adam has drawn pretty well again. So he has to, does Adam. Okay, so carry on is going to be the play. I'm just wondering, yeah, this is not going to block Pedalier through the D of Duma. So Adam very likely, again, we've seen it a number of times, spotting his playable bingos very, very fast. And when he ascertains that there is nothing else available, yeah, look how quickly it comes down. Oops. Yeah, there we go. So he had Pearly on his rack there. Pedalier, the only playable bingo for Adam. So play proceeding quickly and in Adam's favor as he gets back-to-back bingos. We saw him bingo 3 straight times, Charles, last game. Let's see if he can do the same this time.
Well, if he does, Neil will certainly be getting a bingo in the meantime. Very good draw to a leave of just an I, pulling the S in the blank and some very workable bingo tiles. So at this point, it's just a matter of finding your best one, and also probably not spending an undue amount of time absolutely trying to maximize like positioning and things like that.
Yeah, Adam's close here. There's definitely some stuff he could draw that would give him that third bingo. I'm curious to see. He drew an S, which normally looks great, but I actually think that was potentially not one of the letters that he needed to get a bingo here. Oh, he has unseated. He has unseated through this U. So I'm curious what Neil's going to play. He has a couple nice plays. His highest scoring plays are all going to pluralize Pedalier, and those would block unseated. Obviously, Neil cannot be thinking about considerations like that, given that he's down. He wants to keep the board kind of open. He's going to need to come back more even after this bingo. But I think just by him taking the highest number of points on offer here, he's going to block Adam's only playable bingo. So we'll see what he opts to do. He's going to have no shortage of options here with such nice tiles.
Yeah, the thing that will slow him down is trying to figure out if he has a double-double through the eye of Pedalier. And we know he doesn't, but that looks very promising. So he's going to probably expend some time making sure he doesn't have a bingo in that spot, which is the best spot for him to score.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, so there are a whole bunch of options here. He has to think about sevens hooking Pedalier, but then he can also, if he doesn't find those right away, he can find eights through the R. Of course, as you said, his top priority is going to be trying to find eights starting with an I. You got to also think about this P too. If you can find a good play of an 8-letter word through that P, you're getting a couple extra points for this 3-point tile. So there's a lot to consider. And it looks like he is going to find Resilin, which is, in my opinion, probably his best option, just scoring much better than anything else. And unlike his other option of Pilsner in that spot, maybe Pilsner is actually a little bit safer, actually. This spot is really easy to score in. But either way, good job by Neil to spot his highest scoring bingo and also block unseated, which is a little bit annoying if you're Adam.
Yeah, that's just kind of a fluke of the position of Resilin, not intentional for Neil to be blocking eights starting with a U. That's not his priority on this turn. That would be like maybe priority number 30 on your list of priorities on that particular turn. But fortunate for him that he's preventing Adam from bingoing a third time. Adam's still in good shape, though. Flexible letters are going to go underneath Resilin for some amount of points or through the N of Resilin for some points, and he'll be keeping good stuff. So, ooh, wow. So Neil does draw something that will allow him to, depending on what plays, something like cowpunks through the P, might actually end up taking the lead.
Yeah, cowskin, windsock. Here's the thing here. There are definitely bingos. You even said probably the best one. I haven't looked yet, but cowpunks looks great through the P. The thing about it is with the C, K, and W on Neil's rack, the bingos that he does have with this rack are very improbable. They are not words that you would start out learning on your journey as a Scrabble player through the dictionary. You would start out with those words like resilin, that consist of all 1-point tiles, pedalier, all low-point tiles. The P is the highest one. Those are the words you learn first. Words like cowpunk come a little bit later in your journey. And we know that Neil has not been playing super long. We've seen all the raw talent strategically on display. If he finds a bingo here, I'll be very, very impressed, because they're not going to be easy finds.
Yeah, I was going to say the same exact thing. Like, there's no, at a certain point, there's no substitute for just knowing all the words. And that does take time. You don't instantly learn all the words. Well, some players effectively do. It might take them 2 or 3 years. Most players need, a decade to get to something like cowpunks. So, low probability finds like that aren't just common words you would know. Maybe not so likely for Neil here. Then again, we shouldn't be surprised at what he knows.
Yeah, Adam seems to be coming around to the idea of just playing needed under here. That seems very reasonable, scoring 37 points, which is quite a lot given the low point tiles that he has. That would extend his lead a little bit. It would extend it to the level where Neil finding a bingo on this rack or not is going to make a big difference. Oops, hold on. I actually committed needed prematurely here. Let me go back and just do resilin instead. The score is not decided yet. So Adam's still at 147. I just wanted to see what the score would look like. I accidentally saved it. So there you go. This is still the score. I do think Adam is going to play needed. Seems like he's working his way around. I wonder if maybe he's thinking about just ended here, a 4-point sacrifice, but it would keep an E on his rack still to pair with that S. That is a nice combination to go into next turn with, Charles.
Yeah, and also the E goes on top of NE for Een. I don't know how you pronounce that. So kind of setting himself up for possible bingos on top of resilin next turn.
So there you go. He does end up sacrificing some points to keep an E and an S. That makes a lot of sense for the reasons that Charles just described as well. You have an E hook here now if you draw something going across. But maybe if we can go to the analysis board so that we can see all of the crazy options that Neil has available and just really underscore how bizarre they are. So the top scoring option is Snowpack for 90 points. Then you have Eknaus, extremely archaic word to a synonym of acknowledge. Cowpunks, aforementioned by Charles, and then Winox and Windsock. These are the only playable bingos on this turn, all of which are extremely weird. So I definitely could easily see Neil play a strong move elsewhere. It looks like he has walk lined up, which would go right here. This isn't the worst play, Charles. Setting up a really lucrative S hook for yourself going down that maybe you find much easier bingos there. It's kind of hard to block too.
Yeah, failing to find your bingos here, which I would not blame Neil or anybody else for passing up bingos there. Something like walk makes a lot of sense. It's just easily setting up a lane for sevens for yourself in the future, keeping really good NS blank, getting rid of all of the clunky consonants. Like it really does feel like a dream play, other than the fact that there are bingos available.
Yeah, so this looks good. I'm just curious if that's probably pretty close in terms of equity. Equity, of course, our word for the combination of points and leave value. Because you're getting 34 points and leaving such a powerful leave as NS blank, you're actually doing pretty well compared even to bingos that score in the 80s. I do think a play like Snowpack scores enough points to be worth it over a play like walk. But again, if you've never seen this word in your life, which I think would be the case for many, is snowpack a normal word to a skier or something like that? I don't ski. I don't know if anyone out there is a skier or knows anything about this. All right, let's get back to the main board. As you can see, Neil does play walk on the board here. Makes a lot of sense. Adam, though, we do know he kept an S on his previous turn. If he didn't have that S, he would be hard-pressed to block, but he does. So he is going to be able to score a boatload of points in the new spot.
Yeah, just bad luck for Neil there that Adam had the perfect letters to not only block the spot, but score extremely well while doing it. So kind of a worst case scenario for Neil after what I would say was, I'm not going to say it's inspired, but it was definitely the right idea. And it's a very good play of walk.
Wow, so we can't see, I guess, if Neil has put his 7th tile on the board. We are not seeing it just yet. But from what we do see, he's got a really powerful Z play ready to come down right here, and maybe he'll put the S onto it as well for extra points. Okay, there we go. He just hadn't put it on yet. So he has an M on his rack. So he actually has, if he knows the word mizzen with 2 Z's, he has a playable bingo with swish here. That's an interesting thing about wish is it sets the S up. But Charles, I don't know about mizzens with 2 Z's. That's going to be a tough one for anyone to find.
I suppose if you've studied the Z 5-letter words in Zizva and you saw definitions and related words, you might end up accidentally seeing it with 2 Z's. That would be maybe the only way that you would accidentally see a word like that. Otherwise, you'd be waiting a long time to get to that as a 6 or a 7-letter word.
Yeah, and I really think that the more natural play is just playing Zine right here. I think he is going to tack the S on. I was curious about that. I think it makes a lot of sense. You're getting a lot more points. 54 points just for Zine, 66 points for using it. That's an increase of 12 points. The only reason that you might want to keep it, again, is you actually have a bunch of S's already on the board. Am I missing one? Yeah, there you go. So this was the last one. The last S does get a little bit of outsized importance because you can make setups and things with it. But Neil has the blank, so maybe it's not quite as important to hang on to that last S as it normally would be.
I think I would probably keep the S there just because swish is the most likely lane for 7s on this board.
True.
After stuff happened with Reslin ended in walks, you can no longer play 7-letter words on sort of the bottom 3 rows. And the top of the board has been sort of dead to 7-letter words for a long time. So I think I would take the point sacrifice here and keep the S just as bingo insurance to make sure that if I draw a bingo that it might still play.
That does make sense. This S hook is really nice. It's going to be very, very difficult to see this spot get blocked, especially after opening the Z in this spot. Adam is never playing down here unless, like, anytime he has a play through the Z, there's no way he's doing anything to obstruct the wish hook, the swish hook on wish. So yeah, it has some merit there. But at the same time, if you have the blank, the odds are decent that you're just going to get a bingo down through any of these letters anyway. We know, of course, that Neil drew pretty poorly after he drew all of this stuff to his leave of M blank. Not what you want to see when you're trying to bingo, but we definitely have a close game on our hands here. Adam doesn't have the best letters himself.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Adam has anything through the Z, or am I missing something?
He doesn't. So it's agonizing. The crazy thing is, neither does Neil, really. So Adam may feel horrible to make a play somewhere else on the board that does nothing to address the Z. For example, he could play something like HOUF right here, leaving decent tiles, including his ED, which I'm sure he wants to keep. This doesn't feel great, leaving everything open, but Neil's not going to have anything very good. Maybe he'll play FEH down here to score some points. The leave is worse, but you get a few more points than Hauf. These plays all feel agonizing to make, just letting Neil get a huge crack at the open Z. But there are times when your opponent has tiles that are too clunky to play there, and maybe Adam's just going to pray that this is one of those times.
Yeah, it's kind of going to be a weird situation if Adam leaves that spot open and Neil also forced to leave that spot open. Adam will then actually again have a chance to hit the Z, which I'm sure he's not expecting now that he's thinking on this turn and thinking he's probably going to have to play somewhere else. So it will maybe end up working out for him, but that would not be his expectation, like sort of going into his next turn. So
Yeah.
pretty tough pill to swallow for him.
I have a prediction of what he's going to play. I think he's going to play Huger. And the reason why he would do this is if you can't go through the Z going across, you can at least block some of the plays that might go long through the Z, plays like Ionize and things like that hit longer. I think he's going to feel frustrated that he has no simple play that goes through it. I'm predicting he plays Huger to at least do something to block some of the Z plays that Neil might have. That's my prediction here.
Yeah, that looks very good to me as well. Just as you say, Will partially addresses the Z issue, doesn't fully address it, but a partial solution to that problem is better than no solution to that problem. So, and if some scenarios Neil only has like a 39-point play off of the Z using 3 1-point tiles, that's not really that bad. In Collins, that's only a little bit above like an average score for an expert level player. So maybe not something to be overly concerned about.
Makes sense. Clearly, Adam's seeing it similarly as he does play that. And let's see if Adam draws something that will let him play to the Z next turn. Oof. Ouch. We're going to see some shirt consumption here on Adam's part because that's not the draw he wanted whatsoever. Of course, he didn't leave the best tiles after Huger in FLD, but seeing QIV on the rack is not ideal. And it looks like Neil has just exchanged down to E blank. That seems like maybe an overreaction with some decent scoring plays still available. Maybe it's okay, Charles. So he exchanged BFGJM. Let me just make sure I get that exactly right.
Yeah, we didn't have enough time to consider Neil's play there. He exchanged so quickly. I mean, obviously he had spent a lot of time on Adam's turn thinking about his play and seeing Huger not changing the usability of the J too much, he decided to go right for the exchange. But I think that there were definitely other plays worth considering, including I'm seeing in Quackle here a crazy 78-point play in a very weird spot.
Yeah, if he burnt his blank as an A, he could have played Jambe right here, which again, that is not your everyday word. Not a word that I would expect very many players to see in this spot, but 78 points on offer if you burn the blank. Feels weird to burn the blank on a non-bingo, but 78 points is exactly the type of score that you're willing to burn your blank on. So that's that play was available there. That would have been an unbelievable play to see anybody make. Instead, we see Neil exchange down to just an E, keeping none of his consonants, and he's drawn a boatload of vowels in return. So did not get too much better for him. But I guess the saving grace is that Adam is really struggling with the clunky Q and V on the rack together, and it's going to be difficult for him certainly to use both of those two. If he wants to use his Q, he can play something like Quid here, which leaves him with FLRV. Definitely not the tiles that he's hoping for. And I guess the best thing you could say for Neil, Adam has no viable plays that use the Z. There you go. Quid is going to be the play. Again, maybe sometimes you obstruct some plays through this Z by playing Quid in that spot at the top of the board, Charles. At least he's trying. He can't really do anything much better, and I'm sure he's not that satisfied with it, but it is an attempt to still block some stuff.
Yeah, and he also might be thinking about ING bingos for Neil after the exchange. It's kind of hard to say. But yeah, Neil's saving grace there was Adam was never going to play through the Z. And so even though Neil has too many vowels, they're going to score a lot for him with the Z, just as I was saying last turn. an easy 39 points to sort of move on from some of these vowels. Playing Zoea is a really good scenario for Neil.
Yeah. And he sees Zune on his rack. I'm curious whether he will pivot to Zoea. A lot depends in situations like this on the unseen tiles. You've got only one consonant. Do you have a reasonable expectation of drawing more of them if you use your lone consonant? I feel like he kind of does in this case. I guess the other thing is you want to assess the E situation. If you play Zoea, you use your only E. Are you likely to draw another one? That E so useful to get bingos down. So he's going to probably waffle between those a little bit. He's still doing pretty well on the clock. And then there's also Ozone available, which might be better than either of those two.
Yeah, really close call here between 3 plays. I think I would still be inclined to go for Zoea. I blank goes really well with the 5 remaining T's. Like there's a lot of T's in the bag to sort of bail you out, give you bingos through the vowels of pedalier. That just feels really strong to me. But it's worth noting that in Collins, a very vowel-heavy leave is not nearly as bad as it is in NWL. So keeping like AEI blank is actually perfectly okay, whereas American players might intuitively feel that that is something you don't want to do.
Yeah, it's interesting. All good points. It seems like the engine is suggesting that Zoea actually bingos about 15% more of the time than Zune does, just presumably because you draw a T so often that starts to allow you to hit the open letters of pedaliers more frequently. So that's really, really, really difficult to suss out over the board. And in any case, Neil drawing kind of weirdly. He drew 2 vowels. I think he would have loved to see one more consonant make its way onto his rack. But Adam is in a huge bind here. He's got one play, a couple plays actually, are decent looking. He could play oft right here, but he has one other play, Charles, Vatful through the A and U on the board that does a really good job getting rid of both the V and the F in one go. And just note the J is actually not the worst tile because you do have a nice scoring spot for it if you can just draw the right vowels there. So, wow, can he find Vatful here? That would be really impressive.
Yeah, Vatful would be a very good find with very inflexible letters. I guess maybe it gets easier to find when your letters are so inflexible because you really have no other options. You immediately start going to like weird options because you have no conventional options. Looks like Adam doesn't find it, either that or he didn't like it for whatever reason. I think Grift also has a lot of merits because it blocks the I and the E open for bingos for Neil.
Grift
so
it. Yeah, agreed.
Maybe even better than Vatful it could be.
With an understanding of like how Neil has been playing, if he thinks Neil is likely to have that blank, or I mean, even going back as far as walk, right? Like that was a really aggressive play that maybe he's only making if he feels strong. I don't know. It's hard to know how worried Adam is about Neil's range, so to speak. How good are Neil's tiles right now? A play like Zune doesn't really tell you a lot. You would play from the Z most of the time with any kind of good play there. So, yeah, definitely makes sense from a defensive standpoint, but Adam's rack still continues to go nowhere here. And looks like Neil's getting ready to play Bow, possibly, alongside the P of Pedalier. Looks like he stopped to think it over.
I wonder if he's worried about the X setup. I don't know if I would be too worried about that, but maybe as this happens to me all the time, as I'm putting letters on the board, that's when I see that I'm making a setup. So he might have just paused to make sure that it wasn't unduly damaging for him if a play did come down there.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, both players are kind of just barely holding on, hoping for the best. Neil is definitely in stronger position. He just and there is the blank, and Ibex potentially Mixable, who knows if that actually plays anywhere. So now finally Neil has drawn a balanced, kind of scary looking rack in terms of the damage that he can do. So let me update these scores here. Sorry. But yeah, Adam continues to just be slogging terribly. And he did not draw an A that he would have needed to just hammer that J down in the new spot. I wonder how he's going to proceed here.
Yeah, and you mentioned mixable, Will. That actually does play next to Wish, as was mentioned in chat. I think my earlier analysis kind of neglected that spot for sevens was open, just ending in an E or an A or an O. So that spot is still open. Neil has probably recognized it and knows it's there for him if he needs it. Meanwhile, Adam doesn't really have any good way to address that spot or really address anything at all.
Yeah. Wow. So we might be seeing that. And if Adam doesn't get a nice combination of tiles, he might really struggle to overlap. And there we go. He plays Glit, using up that spot. If Neil sees mixable, which I think is a very natural thing to see with the ABE combination on his rack, this could be a huge swing. 84 points for him in this spot. It does give back possible overlapping plays, but Adam will need, with the X right here, he's going to need, oh my God, look at that. Maybe the best that Adam will be able to do is something like Oxy, which is not very good. So Neil could be on the verge of taking a huge upper hand in this game as an amazing underdog, not only in this game, but in the whole tournament.
Yeah, we do hope he sees it, especially now that X was blocked. That would have been a natural place to play the X. Looks like Neil does have Remix set up. Sort of another natural way to address the X if you're not looking for bingos. It's just to dump it on the triple for a pretty good score. That actually gets him pretty much back to even in this game, holding the blank. So not a bad thing. Maybe he should spend a little bit more time, make sure he sees his bingos, though.
Yeah, the thing that scares me about that from his point of view, we know that Adam has all of the garbage in here. He's got Y, all of this stuff. But actually, there is a lot of stuff lurking in the bag that Neil can draw that will set him back bingoing. He could easily draw something like JV, JY, FJ. So many combinations of these high point tiles lurking, where if I have a bingo that scores 84, I probably want to do it now while my tiles cooperate rather than risk drawing something that sets me back again. And again, a play like Remix, 45 points, it's a great play, but it only gets him a little bit ahead of Adam. The bingo gets him way ahead, and he doesn't have to defer anything. So, yikes. We'll see what he opts to do. This has been another fascinating game to watch. Hopefully you guys are all enjoying it.
He's looking at extending bow with the X, maybe playing AXE there. He had to briefly set up, I think he's moving on from it possibly, but he does have a number of good X plays here, so it's not really too surprising that he would perhaps overlook the bingo with so many X plays to choose from.
AXE is actually fascinating, Charles. Setting up your case hook, all the S's are gone, and you have the last blank for sacks. That is actually a pretty interesting idea to play axe there. Instead, Remix is the play instead of mixable. I definitely think, knowing all the clunky tiles that Adam has on his rack, that Neil is still a big favorite. He draws stuff that I don't know if it's going to lead to him playing a bingo. There are 7-letter words like beatify on his rack, but I don't know if they're going to play, and I just wonder if it's going to be a missed opportunity. If Adam plays something in this area, it's going to take away the best scoring spot. I mean, you could easily see something like FTY, like OFTY, that he's so close to having a play like that that would score massively in that spot. He doesn't quite have it, though.
Yeah, I see suggested in chat just playing, excuse me, VLY next to bow. It scores a ton of points. It keeps 3 O's, that's not something you want to do. But if Adam is purely focused on scoring points here,
Wow.
that is a really good way of doing it.
That looks great. 7 tiles in the bag. Adam is definitely sweating a little bit, seeing that Neil can easily have a flexible bingo rack. What he doesn't know is that Neil has the 3 worst bingo tiles in the bag, all on his rack, along with that blank. I would be in a bit of this is a very challenging situation for sure. One idea, you have Vlai, you have the last O's, right? So you know that Neil cannot play Obi unless he burns the blank to do so, which is very unlikely. So this spot isn't quite as horrible as it would be to leave open. One possibility would just be to play Juke right now, leaving Vlai for next turn in case Neil doesn't play there. The nice thing about this, if Adam is at all worried about simple plays ending in S, you would block them in one go, and you would leave that big 41-pointer for next turn. Just a thought. I don't know. It depends a lot on Adam's threat level, of how scared he is of Neil's likelihood of bingoing. But yeah, it's hard to turn down the 41 now.
So yeah, this is another play that was definitely an option. Doesn't score quite as much as Vlai, but it's pretty close. Oh, he's taking it back. He's not hitting his clock.
Oh, okay.
False alarm.
Yeah, I got to get back to the previous. Okay.
I was going to say that Vlai does set up the Yvette hook, which Adam does not have any E's. We know Neil doesn't doesn't have any E's, so it gets to be a kind of confusing situation where how much does Vlai give back versus how much can you expect to gain from it next turn?
Well,
we already 2 E's unseen.
Charles, we already talked to Neil about that hook.
Oh, that's right. Yes, yeah. Last morning session, we had the exact conversation with Neil, so we know he's aware of it.
Yeah. So are we going to see another possible setup play like we saw in that first game on stream for him? And anyway, Adam goes back to his original play of joy. He has to be feeling a little bit of a sinking feeling here because of the likelihood that Neil just responds with a bingo immediately. Even if he doesn't, Neil now has a golden opportunity to fish, playing something, I'm not sure where, to try to get that bingo down subsequently. He cannot play one right now, but he's got a chance to fish off. Oh, I think I need to update this. Let me see. Sorry. Okay, there we go. Now we're looking at it from Neil's POV. 4 tiles in the bag. They actually look kind of decent. I don't know whether there are actually major threats that Neil has to worry about Adam having. I don't know, Charles. How do you see this?
If I'm Neil, I'm thinking Adam just scored so many points with his play. I need to score the same amount of points or more. And he luckily does have a play that plays off 2 of his clunky sort of non-bingo tiles for 31 points, getting him right back into the game while maintaining bingo chances. So I think Phi is really the perfect play for Neil, unless there is something else that was even better.
Yeah, looks great. I guess the real trick here now, Neil draws EE from the bag. He has some bingos here, like I think Abietes or whatever, like diabetes looks kind of like that. And he sees it. Look at that. He set it up. So that's going to play underneath the T of Grift, but Adam is definitely aware of that. So I could easily see Adam play something like a vow into the W of Wish to really cut down on the bingo space on this board. The problem with that is that it would probably lead to pretty easily winnable endgames for Neil unless Adam draws an outplay. So what do we know? We know that the 2 tiles left in the bag are A, T. That's pretty flexible. If Adam plays a vow, will he threaten anything? It's tough. He would have to threaten a 6-letter play. But yeah, I do think Adam is extremely likely to make a play that may leave Neil with no bingo options on his next turn here, and that's going to lead to a fascinating end game. I start to worry a little bit about Adam's clock if that's the case.
Yeah, Adams had some tough decisions this game. He's got another tough decision now, probably the toughest of the whole game. And with not a lot of time to play an accurate endgame, we might see intuition come into play.
Yeah, it seems kind of hard for Adam to win those end games if he doesn't draw an outplay, which he almost is never going to do with a 6-tile leave. So, God, I don't know what he's supposed to do here. Maybe he's now considering moving to oval or something like that. Something that goes on top here. That's not going to do the best either if Neil knows the Allod hook. Actually, there's not much he can do with that, in fact.
Swish is still available, so Beaties still plays making Swish.
Oh, yeah.
But from Adam's perspective, there's not a lot of bingos in the pool that end with an S, so maybe he'd be hoping that Neil has a bingo rack that does not end in an S.
Ooh. So oval is the play by Adam, and that does not block the out bingo to Swish. It's just a matter of Neil seeing this S hook here, and he's going to come away with an incredible comeback win in this game. Wow. Is he reaching for the blank slip? Adam likely knows the deal by now. No, there actually are many winning plays other than this. It could be that Neil doesn't see that S hook here. It's not the easiest. I've missed hooks like that before, Charles, in situations like this.
Yeah, can be one of those situations. I've also experienced it many times where a hook is very apparent once you're told about it or once you see it in an analysis tool, but over the board, it's just completely eluding you. And since Neil did have a Beaties set up and has not already played it, I think we can assume that he has either missed the hook or somehow is unsure of the bingo that he saw.
Yeah, I don't think he's unsure of it. I would definitely pin my, estimation of this. Oh, and look at that. He's decided he plays B. I wonder, this looks pretty good as a 2-turn sequence, scoring 24. Adam does not have an outplay here, but I actually think he might be able to pull this out. That looks like maybe it was not one of the winning endgame plays. One thing, though, he's pushing Adam really low on the clock. Adam has to try to make a gut decision here. Let me save this so you guys can see. Neil is up by 4 points right now. I don't know why. There we go. 383 to 379. Oh, Adam's about to find one of his 2 winning plays under pressure. Trote for 22, leaving 6 seconds on his clock, Charles. That was one of Adam's 2 winning plays in this scenario. Neil's highest scoring play is only 13 points here. That is not going to be enough. He'll lose by 3 at the end of this game. Wow, stunning.
Yeah, that is a really good play by Adam under extreme time pressure. The added pressure of knowing that Neil has a blank and that makes endgames a lot more complicated. It's really hard to figure out what your opponent's best play is going to be when they have a blank and can do so much with it. I think Adam just went with the intuition. He's like, I'm going to score as many points as I can, not try to block anything that Neil might have, just straight up go for points and hope that it works out. And in this case, I think it will work out.
That is phenomenal by Adam to hold his nerve together to find one of his 2 winning plays under extreme pressure. This is not like garden variety time pressure. This is like, if you don't find your play in 5 seconds, you're going to lose the game. And he found it. And the nice thing is that I think under no circumstances is Neil going to not end the game here with this next play. Obviously, Adam is almost certain to be looking around just in case Neil does not play all of his tiles. He's going to say, all right, I got to figure out, where am I putting my N? Am I putting it here? Am I putting it here? Probably better places than that, here, whatever. But Adam is going through and looking, and if Neil somehow does not end the game with his next move, I need to not take a time penalty here. So pretty sure he's realizing that somehow he's come away with a win in this game, which was an absolute banger from start to finish.
Yeah, not as high scoring as some Collins games that we've seen, but no shortage of really exciting positions. And if I'm Adam here, I've got the N in my hand. I'm like poised to put it down on the board. He did leave himself with 6 seconds. 6 seconds should be enough. But if you fat finger a tile and it falls onto the table or something, you never know what could happen. Instead, he seems calm enough to just have his head in his hands. But if I'm Adam here, I've got my outplay ready to go. Just avoid losing that 10 points on time. That could be the difference in the game.
If I'm Adam, I'm probably sitting here, my heart rate is going at an unconscionable level, and I'm wondering, why did I even subject myself to this? That's probably what I'm thinking. But he is going to come away with an absolutely epic win. And my heart really does go out to Neil here. He played really well, a bunch of really savvy decisions from him. It's going to hurt to lose this game, but remember how early on he is in his career as a Scrabble player. Unfortunately, Scrabble is a game where you can make all different kinds of mistakes, and that's what makes it so difficult. And fortunately, or unfortunately, as the case may be, when you make those mistakes, it's the best way to learn. So, he'll learn a lot from this loss for sure. And oh my gosh, he is gonna play the blank there. That's amazing. So he does eventually see the S hook on wish to make swish. Now I'm really curious about the Abietes turn, Charles.
Yeah, that maybe makes it seem like Neil possibly didn't see it, but then with his back against the wall did see his highest scoring play, like when it really counted, when he needed to absolutely maximize points. Since he had Abietes set up so quickly, I assume that he knows that's a word that's high probability. One of the first words you learn, as you mentioned, Will.
Yeah, wow. That's insane. So our final score, of course, the players have to concur on their own score. And it looks like Adam is pointing out a potential, maybe a different endgame sequence there. I wonder what he's saying if Neil played bet instead of B. Is he suggesting that would have been a winner? Yeah, after Trote, in that case, if Adam plays the same thing, Neil would have been able to play his AEI blank with Alien for 17 instead of 8s for 13, which would have led to a 1-point win in that case. Holy crap. So there you have it. That is one little tweak that clearly Adam saw. He just pointed it out there, Charles. Obviously, just playing the bingo would have gotten the job done, but a couple other sequences like that. But amazing job to Adam to hold it together under pressure.
Yeah, really nice win by Adam to basically do everything he needed to take that game, and just sort of a rough one for Neil where he didn't approach the end game exactly as he should have. And against a player like Adam, they're going to make you pay the price. So I would say that will be a learning experience for Neil. Certainly not just in the specific position with the specific plays he made, but just sort of his approach to the end game. He can add this to his sort of corpus of learning and hopefully improve from it and not let it get him down too much.
Yeah, I agree. I think maybe the main lesson was that he played B with like 2.5 or 3 minutes on his clock, when maybe the right use of time was to take a minute, you can see he's realizing a couple other sequences that would have gotten the job done here. So yeah, I mean, and maybe an extra minute or two of thought on that previous turn of B, he might have been attempting to pressure Adam, which frankly, that makes a lot of sense. Looking at Adam's clock, you do want to make your first move, if you're Neil, as fast as possible in that end game to pressure Adam. But you've seen the result of that is if Adam has a winning move, even if you put him under immense pressure, he's pretty likely to find it. So that's a pretty good lesson to learn. I feel like I've learned that lesson before against Adam, trying to create a really difficult end game for him to solve, and he always just solves it. So very impressive. What a game. 3-pointer right there. So yeah, regarding interviews, I don't know, maybe we just want to quickly congratulate Adam on such an epic win there. If he's up to talk about it, there were definitely some positions that he could give us some insight on, but it's up to him. I don't want to force him to chat with us after this game, so I'll defer to producer Josh on that one. But either way, Charles, that was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, definitely. That's what we want. We want a close game. We like the end game nuances. Honestly, it's a little bit, even with the analysis of Quackle helping us, it's a little bit hard to figure out all these nuances as the game is going on. So I think a very informative position. Still probably a lot to dive into if you wanted to. You have all the information here if you want to reconstruct the board, play out various end game sequences, try to figure out what Neil should have done differently. But certainly a learning experience and a very fun game to watch all around.
Yeah, I got to make sure I save this one because it was a certified classic to watch this game. And it looks like probably we have audio from Adam right now. Adam, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. It's Will and Charles in the booth. I guess the first thing I want to say is on your behalf, if I was your physician, I would advise you to take some nice deep breaths and just relax right now because that was pretty intense for us to watch. And it must have been insanely intense for you to play.
Yes, definitely. These games that you keep getting these frustrating draws in the middle of the game, and you watch your opponent passing you, and then at the end of the game, not knowing what's going to happen. I mean, I actually had the tracking wrong, so I thought I was in worse shape than I was after B.
Ah, wow. Well, in any case, you made one of your two winning plays in Trote at the end of the game under absolutely intense pressure, which was thrilling to watch. But I guess, the biggest question that I have watching this game was just the agony that you must have been in after Neil well, certainly the draws you allude to, but after Neil places that Z out in space with Zines and your tiles are not cooperating to do anything about it. What is your mindset on your plays of Huger and Quid there? Talk us through that a little bit. We kind of understood it, but it'll be great to hear from you.
So with Huger, I did think about playing Fe in the bottom left corner for 4 more points, but I really did not like to keep DGLU. And it looked to me like there were enough vowels, and I wasn't too worried about getting plugged with constants the way that it actually happened. So I just wanted to score some points and try to keep things going. And I had some ideas of using the D or the F to reach the triple word square and then in the middle of the right-hand column as well. And I just thought that there were so many places on the board that I could score with only one vowel that I wasn't all that worried about drawing 3 consonants. I could score by overlapping ended. I could score by overlapping pedalier and in other places as well. So I just didn't think that I had to be too worried about getting too many consonants, but that's not the way things worked out.
Yeah, I mean, I also felt like, given how annoying it is that you don't have a play through the Z, the nice thing about Huger is you're scoring a good amount of points, and you might be at least blocking some of Neil's plays through the Z if they're longer words that extend leftwards, to that middle triple, like ionize or something. That
did cross my mind, yes.
Yeah, you make things a little more difficult. And then, of course, Quid, you want to get rid of the Q. You have another place to do it through the U of Duma, but it seemed like that might also have been an attempt to maybe every so often you take a Z play away from Neil.
Well, I was thinking more, rather than taking the Z away, I was thinking more of blocking the ING line that I just created on the previous turn.
Yeah, Charles mentioned
You know,
that.
I was taking the lead, so you know I thought I should be blocking. And also, I guess I saw that there were lots of I's and O's left, so I thought I had a chance to play Frivol on the next turn because I thought maybe Neil had traded a 7 Valrac.
That's, I don't
Although
think
that
we
doesn't choose between one play of grid and the other.
got it. Makes sense. Yeah, that was, I mean, what a thrill ride to watch. Charles, any questions for Adam before we let him start his next round?
I guess just one question for you, Adam. Near the end, when you had 3 O's and the J,
Yeah.
you had Vly available for 41 versus Joy.
I didn't think
Were you considering either of those, or maybe missed one of those?
Yeah, no, I certainly would have played Bly if I thought of it. I think the reason that I picked up my tiles when I put them down after Joy was I was considering playing in the bottom right, overlapping ended and resolute. Sorry, overlapping walk, so as to block the bingo line starting from the A or from the vowel underlapping grift. But yeah, I'm sure I would have played Fly if I thought of it.
Yeah, Joy, I think, is still a very strong play there. Vly does leave you open to, you have a J and 3 O's, just going to get you into trouble some of the time. So Joy leaves you a little more flexibility, and you pulled it out in the end. So congratulations. Thank you very much for a couple minutes there. We'll let you get to your next game, and good luck there. I'm not sure what your winning chances are, but you've definitely kept them alive after this thrilling win. So,
well, we'll see how things go. Thank you.
All right, there you go, everybody. That's Adam Logan after one of the more exciting games we've seen on the stream thus far. We do have an update, Charles, from the North American Lexicon division, but okay, we'll go to that. So here you go. Here's the update. Game to go. John Shreve is a game and a half ahead of his closest challenger. So John is going to be the victor at Montreal Scrabblefest in the North American Lexicon division. Congratulations to him, Charles.
Yeah, nice job, John. You get some, I don't know if this is embezzlement or something like that, but you get some of the money that you put into the prize pool. So way to go. Nice job winning your game. And it looks like he needed some help there. I think a few other players lost games that they really needed to win. So, so it worked out really well for John, and congrats.
Yeah, he got no help the previous round with all of his competitors winning, but this time he got what he needed to finish off a win in a pretty difficult field with a lot of strong players, including champions like Jackson and Michael. So let's go to the Collins standings now and see what we're going to be looking at here. It is a bit of a logjam. Man, that would have been a big win for Neil in that previous round. So it looks like what we're going to do, seems like the pairings will lock Adam out of the contention to win. It is going to be Neil coming off of this loss, still playing for a chance to win against Matthew Tunnicliffe. That's could hardly ask for a more exciting matchup in the final round, Charles.
Yep, this is going to be very compelling Scrabble. So if anybody out there is thinking, I can turn off the stream and do something else, no, bad idea. You should be sticking around for this. Yeah, this is going to be an exciting game.
Couldn't agree more. You're absolutely forbidden from going anywhere else. I will find out if you've left the stream. You need to stick around and watch this final game. I think the players are actually ready to go. So before we get to that game, just want to say thank you to everybody for watching thus far. This will be our final round of the main event at Montreal Scrabblefest. So stick with us just a little longer for that climactic final game. To see Neil pull off an incredible upset and still come out victorious after losing that last game. That would be incredibly impressive if he rebounded with a win. But thank you so much to Let's Play Scrabble, the organizers of this event and the stream. Easy way to say thank you. Click that like button, click that subscribe button. We want to continue to build up Scrabble stream on YouTube. And then, of course, a thank you to Word Game Players organization as well. Not sure if my camera, okay, just a blip on my end maybe. So yeah, WGPO, huge thanks for their support and patronship of the Montreal Scrabblefest to the tune of a very generous $5,000. Yeah, not sure what else to get to. Oh, I just would say quick final plug. One more streaming event tomorrow. Best of 7 match between our North American champions across the orgs. Jackson Smylie and Josh Sokol. That's going to be must-watch TV. So, did I miss any plugs, Charles? What have I not remembered?
We didn't plug yet. You can see links down below.
Plug ourselves. Oh my God.
We're a very prolific and popular Scrabble content person on YouTube. I sometimes stream on Twitch. If you follow me on Twitch, you'll catch me when I'm there once or twice a week. But yeah, again, just echoing all the same shout outs that Will just gave. WGPO, Let's Play Scrabble, everybody involved in running the tournament and running the stream, Josh Greenway in particular, everybody doing a great job to pull this off.
Yeah, definitely. Huge shout out to. And with that, I think we cut to our table where the players are likely ready. We only have, am I getting word that we only have 28 likes? Wow, that is unacceptable. We got to get that closer to 50 at least. Maybe we can get even higher. But anyway, we see our players here. This is it, the decisive game. Matthew, the veteran, just coming off a huge win the very last weekend in action at Niagara Falls. And Neil, the newcomer, can he rebound from a tough loss to Adam Logan in the previous round? We'll let the players get started anytime they're ready. It'll be Matthew going first. And really, if Neil does not come out on top in this game, Charles, can you really find fault? He's 11-3. Coming up short against Adam and Matthew is not something to be ashamed of.
Yeah, definitely he has exceeded all expectations up to this point, even if he doesn't end up winning the tournament. Really can't ask for a better performance from a newcomer. So no matter what happens in this game, way to go, Neil, on a really astounding performance in a tough field.
Yeah, it seems like a harbinger of things to come for sure. There's no way that some of the strategic decisions that he's making very, very high level, very advanced. We saw it in the first game of his on stream, and we saw a couple other really nice choices that he made. Of course, the words are typically, for somebody like that has such an advanced strategic grasp, the command of the dictionary is what takes a little more time, but it seems like he'll be on his way to that point as well. All right, Matthew going first. Not the best. Wow, both players not drawing like gangbusters to start this game.
Yeah, kind of unappealing sets of letters for different reasons on both players' racks. Since I guess Matthew's going first, we'll begrudgingly talk about his ugly set of letters. Really, I mean, what am I looking at for 5-letter words? Something like unlid. Scores about as much as you can hope for and gets rid of as much stuff as you can. I would be inclined to play long and just get rid of some stuff.
Yeah, pretty uninspiring. I don't know, Charles, if you want to band together and do kind of a silent strike when the players don't draw well enough for us to have anything useful to say. We could just not say anything as sort of a form of retribution to them for drawing so poorly. That could be one way we proceed. But if we have to talk about tiles this bad, unlid does seem like a perfectly good way to start.
Yeah, and I think Matthew probably had the same inclination. Just move on from that. Not play short with Huey, HUI. Just keep things open. Kind of get a fresh start, and hopefully Neil doesn't have a huge comeback. And it looks like Neil is probably not going to have a huge comeback. Although noted in chat, he does have WGPO. We hope he sets that up.
That should be added to the lexicon just for the lulz. But unfortunately, that would not go well. Matthew, as fun-loving of a guy as he is, he would challenge WGPO off the board. But of course, we, again, very much appreciative of WGPO and all they do and their support of the event. So what to do? You've got 4 tiles that are kind of annoying that you would probably want to get rid of, as many of them as you can. I do feel like Vowed makes a lot of sense. Yes, you give up the A hook, but that's not particularly dangerous. It's not like a red alert spot. But instead, we're going to see Gov go down, leaving Wipe, which is, I don't know. I mean, I don't think of that as some kind of massive error. I think I would probably prioritize getting rid of the V and W above all else, but at least this play keeps the E, which is a nice consolation prize.
Yeah, this play really gives up almost nothing unless Matthew has an S. And if Matthew had an S, he already had unlids available. So Matthew is going to be struggling to score most of the time after a play like Gov, whereas Vowed could accidentally give back like a 30 or 40 point play. So I see Neil's reasoning here. I think I do agree. I don't want to keep either the V or the W. Scoring 24 points to get rid of both of them would be too enticing for me to pass up.
Yeah, but look at what he's drawn. To the I on his rack, he drew NG blank. Couldn't get much better than that as a follow-up draw. So that's definitely among the best case scenarios that could have happened to Neil. Simple words like spewing. I mean, I consider that to be simple within the realm of what constitutes a Scrabble word. That's a pretty normal word. So definitely expect him to find something like that. And it seems pretty impossible that Matthew will have any recourse to block it with this V out in space. It's going to be very difficult. I guess maybe if he had an underlapping play here, but he wouldn't make a play like that because it would likely give back more than it takes away. So I just wonder, this is another pretty rough position for Matthew. Maybe he will elect to play something like HUI. The thing that I like about this is it keeps a good set of tiles, kind of a, I don't know, maybe only slightly above average set of tiles, CLED. The nice thing about it, though, if you draw a bingo ending in D, it will play here in a way that's difficult for Neil to access. So maybe that's a decent option. Anything else you see, Charles?
Just a lot of really unappealing options here for Matthew. Like if he sees something like unchild through the N, that could be appealing just to get rid of as many letters as possible. Maybe start going for the S's and blanks, which will be useful after a play like Gov. But other than that, I think you mentioned Huey has a lot of good characteristics that would make it worth playing.
Yeah, Unchild is tempting. That just playing right through this end just to dump as much of this stuff as possible and move on with your life. I don't mind that. Another option that dumps a lot, maybe in a slightly safer way, would be Kludgy through the GI on the board. That's kind of tempting. Yes, it does offer an S hook, but so do many of the other plays. And there isn't really an obvious way that Neil can score well after that play. So it scores 3 more points. And instead of an E, it keeps HI. The other nice thing is if you put the C out in space, the H might actually be of use to you to reparallel Kludgy somehow. So who knows? A couple different options, none of which are very inspiring. And it seems like a pretty much a foregone conclusion at this point that Neil is going to respond with spewing and govs unless there's some much better play somewhere.
Yeah, and Matthew's taking a little bit of time here. I think that's just a testament to how unappealing some of these options are. Kludgy would be a really nice play, but difficult to spot through the GI. So he is doing Lunched, which I think is sort of an inferior version of Unchild. It looks like he's debating whether to put the ED on it.
Yeah, Unchild, 2 more points and keeping an E over an I. So yeah, just go ahead, Charles. Sorry.
Lunched opens up the triple. It exposes the triple word in a way more drastic way than Unchild.
It also creates a bit of Dunch. He changes it, perhaps responding to that concern. So Lunched would have been really interesting to see if Neil knows the really obscure G hook on that. So spewing and glunched would have been technically playable after that in potentially an even better way. So Dunch is a little bit safer. Yes, it does open the triple here. It opens 2 triples at once. But Neil is going to respond immediately, just as we expected, with the straightforward bingo of spewing. That's his best bingo here. Only other one would be something through the H, like whelping or weeping, which I don't think that's any better than this.
Yeah, this looks like the right play for Neil, and he's making it quickly. Already has somewhat sizable time advantage over Matthew. We've seen that scenario play out a couple times where players have wished they had more time than they did.
Yeah, and now Matthew, I don't think either player, well, I guess I shouldn't speak too soon. I don't even know for sure if spewings is a word. I was immediately about to say that it isn't. It just doesn't feel like a word to me. And as I look it up, it's not. But I'm very curious to see whether the players come to the same conclusion. And look at that redraw by Neil. He's getting exactly what he needs here to put a huge amount of pressure on Matthew in this game.
Yeah, if that spot next to spewing stays open, something like AX is just going to be the perfect play for Neil. Meanwhile, Matthew could try to do something like EF there. I would be inclined to make that play just to score some points and keep things moving. Not seeing anything good with the J, so it's possible that spot goes away. We'll have to see what Matthew comes up with.
Yeah, IF, pretty simple way to score. I would say, though, that Fuji is going to be terribly tempting for him to get rid of the F as well. Both of those plays get rid of the F, but also dumping the U and the J together and keeping a much better bingo leave. Pile, pile. That seems like in a vacuum, it makes a lot of sense for only a 4-point sacrifice. We know that, of course, Neil is going to insta-play Axe. Maybe he'll play the E as well. Probably not. I don't know. It's a fair number more points. So between if and Fuji, it's pretty close. But in the actual game situation, it's going to make a huge difference.
Yeah, and I wonder if after Fuji, Neil just plays axes because the S isn't doing so much. Assuming he's come to the same conclusion that spewing doesn't take an S.
Yeah, the S is going to give you so many more points, and there is Fuji. So that looks like let's not be sort of omniscient with our omniscient knowledge of both players' racks. That definitely looks like a solid play for Matthew. The only way you can really get hit super hard on this spot is if Neil has the X, which he does. And I do expect him to burn that S here, as you suggest, Charles, probably realizing that spewing doesn't take an S, Dunch doesn't take an S, and you're getting a boatload more points. 74 points for this play. That is a bingo score. But thankfully for Matthew, he's not totally out of it just yet because he has playable bingos here coming down.
Yeah, and actually worth noting that we were saying the S wasn't useful on the board because of spewing and Dunch. It becomes a little bit more useful after Fuji because of the US underlap, but still not worth hanging on to the S when you're sacrificing something like 30 points to play Axes versus just AX.
Yeah, such a huge gain on the scoreboard. 18 points additional by adding the S there. That's more than enough to justify it. I would say, some smaller number would be enough. 18 is definitely there. Oh man, look at that. Cringer on the rack for Neil. It is going to play, I think. So Matthew, I should say, very likely to play a 7-letter word, pelites, in this spot, but that's going to allow Cringer to come down. The only question is whether Neil is confident enough in that word to play it, which I very much suspect he will be. So
yeah, Cringer is another weird one because NWL just added cringest. Collins does not have that word yet. So there might be a little bit of lingering confusion. Then again, I don't think Neil is switch hitting dictionaries, so maybe is just totally ignorant of this nuance.
Yeah, I think Neil started out playing Collins. He's going to challenge it. So an extra 5 points for Matthew, as this word is valid, if you're just needing a reminder. And here we see the wordjudge.me, this beautiful new web-based tool for word adjudication, complete with a really impressive little screen here. There you go. The play is valid. That results in 5 more points for Matthew here. But this could quickly be met with Cringer. I guess a nice reason to challenge this if you're Neil is that if you're really confident in Cringer, you can play it here in a much less aggressive way. So for Neil, if he has any doubt in this word, he would have been able to play Cringer in this spot. Now you challenge it. Yes, you can still play it underneath here, but it does open a C in a triple lane, and maybe, just maybe, Matthew draws something miraculous through that C.
Yeah, I think that's probably exactly his reasoning is would really have preferred to play Cringer in the spot that Pellites now occupies. So if there's any doubt at all, he's just going to give it the 5 points, and hopefully it can work out for him. But I do expect Cringer to hit the board relatively quickly once the clock is started again. He does have it set up exactly in that order, but we saw last game Abayitis was set up and not played, so never a guarantee when a player sets up a play.
Yeah, here it comes. Cringer coming down. That is a bit of a cringer if you're Matthew. I would be cringing ever so slightly. I'd be trying to play it off all. Yeah, it is so cringe when your opponent gets 2 bingos in a row against you and an X play for 70. That is the classic. We can all relate to how cringe that is. No, I'm just kidding. I can't. I'm pushing 40, Charles.
Yeah, these new words don't make any sense to me either.
I mean, what can you say? But yeah, okay, Cringer. Matthew's probably holding it just, I think in his heart, he knows this is a word, but he's probably thinking about the very same situation that you just described of, is this word a noun, adjective, all of those different things. And he's going to go ahead and challenge it. And those 5 points back to for those of you that like the challenge screen, let's go back and enjoy it again. The second time in 2 turns. And the result is going to be the same. Nicely done by Neil.
Yep, I don't blame Matthew for the challenge there, given the confusion around that word and, what inflections were added or not added. Can be a little bit tough to keep in your head. So, and he just got 5 points from Pellites. He gives it right back, and we're back to even on the challenges.
Yeah, Matthew finds himself down 100. This is a critical draw here. If Neil draws something good, it could start to be game over for Matthew, which would be unbelievable as the relative newcomer would be coming out on top in this field that has many champion level players in it. Adam Logan, Matthew Tunnicliffe, Noah Slackoff, a multi-time school Scrabble champion. And it's Neil Gann who is up, not 100 anymore after Matthew's very nice play of Kior, scoring well with that K, but close to it here.
Yeah, nice play by Matthew to he didn't really have anything good through the C, even though he had the K and the H. Nothing that really got rid of all his duplicates. So sort of thinking a little bit out of the box there, not playing to the triple, I think was the right idea. Unfortunately, did not draw super well after Kior.
Yeah, for sure. You see the duplicated O's and E's on the rack there. I guess the nice thing, though, is with the O's, you can maybe open up some more space with a play forming OK here. Matthew, with all those vowels, he's so close to Hootie and the Blowfish. If Hootie was a word, that would be great to score a lot and open things up. But he doesn't quite have a play like that, so it's going to be more of a challenge for him. He does also have the H. Maybe he'll just play ooh if he wants to get super aggressive. He could play something like this and gamble that Neil doesn't have an S and try to draw one. So a couple options for Matthew on his next turn that could put some pressure on. But it is Neil's turn now. I wonder if we see anything good. So just he wants to play Fab somewhere, Charles, but I don't know if he has a great way.
Yeah, I'm actually not seeing plays that I really like for him. Given Matthew's play of Kior, I'm worried about S's and the remaining blank for Kior's. Not necessarily a setup because Kior scored so well, it doesn't need to be a setup to be worth playing. But I would be at this point, given the score, I'm up by a bingo. I'd be trying to stop like 80-point bingos if at all possible. And other than the Kior spot and underneath the ER of Cringer, there's not a whole lot of places to play bingos. So I'd be looking to play defense here. Calf, I think, looks good for me to achieve like one of those aims of blocking one of the bingo spots on the board.
Yeah, very sensible play by Neil here. There's no need to allow Matthew to get a giant S hooking play down there, which is exactly the sort of play that Matthew's hoping to land to get back in this game. I also would add that normally you would want to use the B, which is not one of the best 3-point tiles in the set, but surrounded by the A and the L as it was in Neil's leave, and he has drawn an E that makes it significantly stronger. That B actually was not as toxic to his leave as it might normally be. And we are going to see Matthew play Ooh. I definitely like this play, given the points that he's scoring and the game situation, Charles.
Yeah, this is going to put some fear into Neil's heart. Kior wasn't necessarily an S setup. This also doesn't necessarily have to be a S setup, but with 2 O's, you would think that Matthew might want to play next to Kior rather than playing here, except if he has an S, which we know he was not keeping an S, but Neil does not know that, and he might be a little bit panicked right now, might sacrifice some points to make a 3-tile play underneath Ooh somehow. Something like just Ant, that's certainly not the best idea, but he might be compelled to sacrifice points to block here.
Yeah, it does feel like if you're Matthew, that is actually a good outcome, right? Like, yes, you're hoping when you play something like this, and it is worth noting, Neil's previous play of Calf definitely suggests that he does not have an S himself because he's going for broke to block this spot. He almost certainly is doing that because he doesn't have an S or a better way of blocking it. So Ooh becomes even better on that basis. And now if you're Matthew, what can happen, right? A lot of good things. If Neil doesn't have an S, he might sacrifice a lot of points and leave value to block the spot, which is in and of itself a victory if you're trying to claw your way back. Unfortunately for Matthew, he's drawn one too many vowels. Otherwise, if you would just pick one of these vowels and turn it into a consonant, he's probably bingoing here a lot
Look
of the
again,
time.
Will.
Oh, yes. Wow. Good job. Great job by me to miss the literal most probable Collins 7. But wow, there you go. As if on cue, the blocking play that you suggested, Charles, and Matthew's going to play. I didn't see it immediately, which is something I need to think about in my life. But Eda Aereo, probably the most commonly seen Collins only word. And that's a huge swing in this game.
Yeah, that was a really fortunate draw for Matthew, who is not keeping great stuff. He's not keeping an S or anything particularly vowel or bingo prone, but forces Neil to make a substandard blocking play, hits the sort of marginal spot next to Kior with a bingo of his own. And that's really what he needed. What he didn't need was Neil drawing the second blank.
Yeah, it's going to be a little disheartening for Matthew after he's just very cleverly battled his way back in here. But there's that Z. So even after Neil very likely gets down a bingo here, Matthew might have a really good response somewhere, depending on what's chosen. It's a big, big difference, right? So like boldest in this spot right here might be kind of difficult to overlap. But what if Neil plays something like low baited? Oops, sorry, it goes here. Low baited in this spot, thinking maybe it's more defensive. That makes a giant hook right here. You could see, oh, well, actually, there might not be a way to actually use it. That would be tantalizing and sad. But yeah, I was just thinking maybe that would actually give something back, but it looks like it may not, which is even more disheartening if that's the case. But we'll see what Neil ends up playing here. He has bolted set up on his rack. Not sure what he's considering playing. Okay, It is boldest.
Oh, wow.
Oh, how interesting. He must see that he has bingos here. I'm sure he knows that he could play stuff with like blotted, and he hasn't committed this play yet. You see his clock is still running. What do you think about this decision, Charles, to pass the bingo up and play bolted instead?
It's I think a creative choice, but I don't think I like it here. Even missing like boldest in the high scoring spot, I feel like something like blotted or bottled, very easy to see, would be worth playing. And it looks like he still hasn't hit his clock, so Matthew must be wondering like what the heck is going on.
You could just see, so you're drawing 6 tiles into this pool. You could see the Q come without this last U. You could see V, W, Y, Y. There's just ways that things can go wrong. Obviously, there are a lot of good bingo tiles as well. This is all pretty good, all the rest of it. But there's enough stuff in there that I would be concerned about. I guess the saving grace if you're Neil, and he commits the play, bolted for 37. It is creative. It's not like computer simulation is not massively disapproving of this play, just for the record. It's not like this is some kind of gargantuan mistake. Scoring 37, leaving the blank, has a lot to recommend it, but it's definitely emphatically suggesting that playing the bingo now is a little bit better. So yeah, I'm so curious to see what he draws. If he draws something like QYY, he could regret this very dearly here. Let's see what he picks.
The other thing is, after Matthew's next play, which might be through the B, like there's not guaranteed spots to bingo. So even with a good draw, there's no guarantee that you get a bingo next turn.
All right.
Playing off 6 tiles. So
nice play by Matthew here. That looks great. Above to get rid of a lot of the clunk and keep that Z. But look at Neil's draw. Some good news and some bad news. He drew an S, which is great, but the 3 R's, not what he's hoping to see here, I don't think. I guess like maybe there's some 8s with that, but I highly doubt that they're actually going to play anywhere here. So, boy, this is getting knotted up quickly. This is kind of shades of last game, too. Neil had the blank for so long down the stretch of last game against Adam and never ended up playing it with a bingo. So we'll see if history repeats between these 2 games here.
Yeah, definitely. It sort of bit him last game. Like the blank was just around for so long. We hope that doesn't happen this game. But with the 3R draw, it's just, you really don't like to see it. It is nice that Matthew just opened up an easy tailor-made lane for 7s under the E of above. So that is a little bit of an escape valve for Neil, even if he's not going to bingo this turn.
It's true, but at the same time, a lot of those plays are only going to score in the 60 to 70 point range and give back big plays. So you could easily imagine if Matthew somehow isn't able to play his Z or something like that, maybe there are scenarios where Neil bingos and then Matthew bingos or plays his Z in response for plays that score even more than the bingo that Neil plays. So there's a lot of insanity that can ensue from here on out. Perfect for a final game to determine the championship, I might add.
Yeah, we didn't want this game to get too far away in either player's direction. So shout out to both of them for ensuring that it stays close and interesting.
Yeah. So brutal situation as well for Neil, because it feels like in a vacuum, maybe the best place for him to grab at any kind of points is something like Vril or Verl from the V. The problem with that is you're taking out that nice 7s lane that you just alluded to, Charles. So what, if not that, then could you do that scores anything? We might see an exchange. We've seen a couple aggressive exchanges from Neil when he had plays that we might have considered. I actually feel like an exchange is even more competitive now than some of the plays where we saw him exchange previously.
Yeah, I feel like it would it would either be an exchange or something like LOR through the O of bolted, which does not block your bingo line. It prevents plays down from the V that block your bingo line, and it keeps relatively good letters as long as you draw a vowel. The two R's aren't absolutely going to kill you.
Ooh, and a totally different tack here. Just ERR for 3. This is a terrifying play in a sense if you're Matthew, because you're thinking, God, what could he possibly have to justify that? But it's also a great play because he only scored 3 points, and you have a golden opportunity to score a boatload of points here. Zombie in this spot, leaving the E off, looks like a really nice way to score well. Yes, you do open a little bit of space to bingo with, and I think we're seeing that Neil may have a response through there, but you also block some stuff in the process. Bingos from the R and maybe S hooking bingos going across. Hard to turn down the 45 points here either way. After Neil bingos with something small through here, as long as you have even an average play, if you're Matthew, you're still going to be even on the scoreboard after this play. So, wow, this is getting very tight.
Yeah, this is proceeding way differently than we thought after Neil had a bingo on the bolted turn. Now things have gotten a little bit more complicated. It still looks pretty good for Neil because he will get a bingo, but after that point, it's
let's
it's
not be
anybody's game.
Let's not be so sure because he only has one playable bingo in this position, and that bingo is slimmers. And I would not be so sure of this word in this position because slim, we all know, as an adjective. I don't think of slimmer as a very natural noun here. So, like, is it even like one who slims? Yeah, one engaged in slimming. And what exactly is that? The act of slimming. Thanks, Isabel. I appreciate the help on that. Anybody can get a definition, post that in the chat. I'll be indebted to you because I just came to a dead end pretty quickly. But yeah, I mean, this is not a word, Charles, that I would be instantly like, oh yeah, definitely slimmers, you know?
Yeah, it sounds very word-like. You can see how it would be a word, but there's a lot of words like that that aren't words in the dictionary. And so Neil does not want to lose a turn on a phony here. He would much rather play a bingo that he's sure of. And it just so happens, sort of subverting all my expectations for these nice letters, that there's nothing he can play that he would be more sure of. So I would not be surprised if he passes up slimmers to do something else. Now, what else he would do, I'm really not sure.
Yeah, I agree that coming up with a move that isn't slimmers is very challenging here. Suggestion of maybe playing ism here, which is a very annoying thing to deal with here, but at the same time, maybe Matthew has ways of simply dinking 2 tiles off or playing his Y in a nice way. Who knows? I wonder if he's thinking about it. I mean, he has his tiles set up in kind of a way that suggests he sees something. I'm not sure what that's going to be. What about just yeah, you can't, there's no O's left, so there's no H, O, or M, so you could just play is and try to draw another ism play in a way that's kind of annoying to block. Just kidding. I don't think that's actually a good play. It's kind of funny, though. This is brutal. Man, what to do if you're Neil?
Neil also doesn't have any plays from the Z of zombie, which would be a sort of another escape valve if he's not playing the bingo. But there's nothing there. So his scoring plays that aren't bingos, a lot of them involve the O of zombie, which just blocks your bingo line. So you can't really do that, but where else are you supposed to go? It's something like ism off of Pelites is looking more and more tempting by the second.
What about FERM here? That's kind of interesting because there's only one I available in the unseen tiles, and you've got the other one and 2 S's. So Fermi and Firms. This looks like you could put all your eggs in the basket of Matthew not having that last I, and if he doesn't, it's going to be a huge pain in the ass to block, and then you get You get your bingo almost every time because you have 3 tiles that hook that if you do that. I don't know. Just throwing it out there. I'm not like I would obviously you want to see slimmers be played here, but increasingly it feels like that's not likely to happen. Okay. Terms. Wonder what the thinking is here.
This does set up some bingos starting with SM for next turn, so it's kind of another marginal bingo spot. So I don't really hate that play.
Yeah, makes sense. Try to play with SM, score a couple points, but look at that instant response by Matthew. Another gargantuan play. So over the last 2 turns, I said terms when I meant turns. Matthew has scored 99 points in the last 2 turns. That is absolutely phenomenal for him to basically, as I update everything, he has now, after Neil's really low scoring plays, has taken such a commanding position that even after Neil bingos somehow, which looks increasingly difficult to do, I don't think he even has. Okay. He has 1 playable bingo, and kudos to any of you in the chat who spot this one, because I sure as heck would not. But even if Neil spots it, he's in huge trouble with the score so far out of reach.
Yeah, this is really a worst case scenario for Neil that he's sort of dinking around trying to get a bingo. Meanwhile, Matthew on sort of an unfavorable board scores almost 100 points across 2 turns. Like Zombie was not a hot spot. That was just sort of like a nice fit in a place that happened to score points. Then he had created a hot spot for himself and used it because Neil was trying to bingo elsewhere. So it just really worked out well for Matthew in a way that maybe Neil wouldn't have predicted. Like Neil would think, as long as I get a bingo down, I should be good in this game. Turns out that's not the case.
Yeah. So it's been spotted in the chat. Maybe if we quickly go to analysis board and just show how it actually looks. 1 bingo and 1 bingo only for Neil here, and it is dismality, which would be astounding. That would really be a Nigel Richards level play here. But again, even in this situation, this gives back. We know that Matthew has the Q and the U. Maybe sometimes this leads to wins if you can catch Matthew having the Q and no U, something like that. Either way, even this play, if Neil were to spot it, it doesn't really help him. In this situation, we know Matthew's just going to play Queen or something like this and easily win. So there you have it. Even with the best possible play here for Neil, he's going to be in some serious trouble. I would add, he does have some nice plays like this that with 3 tiles in the bag, at least these give him a chance of drawing something and also score a lot of points. So maybe that puts Matthew in a little bit of a bind from time to time. But yeah, this is tough. And a suggestion in the chat, Charles, of maybe term leaving the S off would have been better than anything else played on that previous move. Really interesting thought.
Yeah, that is actually a very, very nice thought because bingos starting with S are very common. And you're keeping 2 S's true. The conventional wisdom is you unduplicate your letters, but you're setting up a double spot for yourself, and the S is really good in this situation. So nice suggestion from the chat, something we had overlooked, but maybe gives Neil the best winning chances of all.
Yeah, really interesting idea. Many, many interesting plays, interesting turns, and tough decisions for both players. I think if we go back, we can definitely go back, to the main board here. Really a kind of a master class from Matthew in just patience and calculated risk taking, and obviously finding his really high scoring plays at every turn. I guess the only play that I would have quibbled with at all is Dunch, but even that was a really tricky situation where the right answer just is never going to be very clear. So he can take that opportunity to make a play that he likes and know that there isn't likely to be a star play that makes that play seem significantly inferior. Nice play here by Neil. If you're not going to see dismality, which I think is pretty likely to lose anyway, you might as well score a whole bunch of points and hope to induce a really challenging decision in the end game for Matthew. He is going to draw 3 vowels from the bag, though. So I think it's going to make Matthew's situation a little clearer. Look at all those vowels.
Yeah, that is not what Neil needed if he's looking to bingo through the M, which is really the last spot on the board to bingo.
Yeah.
If he had drawn something through the M, Matt's job gets a little bit tough. He has to balance blocking a bingo versus making sure that he can continue to play the Q. And actually, his options for the Q here are extremely limited. I think the only spot is playing queer through the ER of Pelites and Cringer, unless I'm missing something.
No, that looks right. So this would be the only way to dump the Q. And as you say, if there is anything through the M, this doesn't address it. So yeah. Yeah. So, wow, what a game. It's kind of history repeating almost the same way in these 2 games, where Neil drawing that blank midway through the game, looking like he's right on the cusp of taking command against these elite players. Adam Logan, previous round, and now Matthew Tunnicliffe, a former North American champion in his own right, and more recently the winner, and looks like he's going to win both the Niagara Falls multi-day tournament and the Montreal Scrabblefest on back-to-back weekends. You can't really say enough about how impressive that is, Charles.
Yeah, he's been on a tear recently, and this kind of just cements the fact that he is almost unstoppable right now. Sort of ascending to that next level of being completely fearsome and a player that you never want to see when you're trying to win a tournament.
Yeah, no question. And it's unfortunate that we now have another one of those players in our midst. God, everybody's so annoying trying to get so good at Scrabble. Why do they do that?
Yeah, why can't everybody just stop improving like me and stay at my level? This is completely unfair, totally uncalled for.
No, I mean, I joke it's actually very inspiring to see players reaching new heights. I'm not even sure. I mean, I don't even know if Matthew would describe it that way. Obviously, as an elite player for quite some time, I agree with you that clearly his recent results suggest another leap forward into a stratospheric level that very few players are reaching. I'm pretty sure his rating in most of the major organizations is now pushing 2,100, which is, if you're a chess player and trying to gauge that, the 2,100 level is probably equivalent to about 2,700 in chess. And then 2,200 in Scrabble feels like the 2,800 of chess that is reserved for the absolute upper crust elite players. Rarely even sniff the 2,200 level. A couple players come to mind that have reached it: Nigel Richards, Dave Wiegand, David Gibson. These are players that are absolute legends. Pretty tough to get up to that point.
So I think Matthew here is just he might be fully retracking the game to make sure that Neil does not have a bingo through the M. That would be one way to lose the game, is just to play queer, which is the clear play. And then, this is actually a much better idea. Just play Sook and remove all doubt.
Yeah,
that,
making absolutely sure. Makes sense. Why risk it? The tournament's on the line. If you happen to be wrong about whether there's a word in there or whether your tracking is correct, it would not be a good way to lose the tournament. So it makes total sense. Spread no longer a consideration. Matthew just needs to win this game. Doesn't matter what his tiebreaker is. And I would just add, I'm selling Matthew short. He actually has now won his last 3 big tournaments. He won the Canadian Scrabble Classic as well. This is just amazing. It's not easy to go on winning streaks like that. So, all right, I got to give the Sook points to Matthew here. I don't know why it's not doing that. So Matthew's at 449 to 390 for Neil. And while we continue to heap praise on Matthew, I really can't say enough how impressed we've been with Neil Gann. I don't know how long he's been playing tournaments, but it's like a year, maybe, if that. And to be at this level, competing against Matthew and Adam and giving them absolutely everything they can handle in 2 back-to-back games, losing to Adam by 3, and really was knocking on the door of winning this game and clinching the tournament. That is tremendously impressive for such a newcomer to the scene.
Yeah, I think we can't state it enough, or not as glowing terms as we can come up with. They're probably not sufficient, because somebody who's been playing for a year, you don't expect them to be this good. You don't expect them to be close to this good as Neil is, both from a pretty strong word knowledge perspective and just like a grasp of the game that usually takes several long years of hard lessons to build up. So just congrats to Neil. He didn't play perfectly in these 2 last games that we saw, but he was playing well in the rest of the games, because look at his record, 11-3.
For sure. He sure played amazingly in the game we saw on day 1, where he made an absolutely astonishing setup to steal victory from the jaws of defeat. Finally, we are seeing that S-hook on spewing get tried in a completely academic situation for Neil. Nothing riding on it at all, except maybe curiosity of like not wanting to wait till the game is over to see if that hook is valid. And it's not, so it goes back to Matthew. Not sure what he's going to do with these 4 consonants, but again, we're just playing out the string here until we get to congratulate Matthew Tunnicliffe on another incredibly impressive victory.
Yep, looks like it's just playing out here. Neil's a little bit low on time, so he'll just make whatever play he sees. But as you say, Will, it's all academic. Just writing this one out. And Matthew Tunnicliffe is going to be the winner of Montreal Scrabblefest 2024.
Yep, let's see where he goes out. He's just going to, he's moving it around, getting every last point. That is actually the best he can do with those 2 letters. So there you have it. And I haven't been updating the score, but the final is now 477 to 407 in favor of Matthew Tunnicliffe. So, wow. So there you have it. While you're still here as an audience, I know obviously the last game, that's it for our coverage here. But while we're all here, if you've enjoyed this coverage, one final plug for a like and subscribe on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. A lot of work goes into this behind the scenes. Charles and I just get to sit here and watch the game along with you all. Not as fun to be behind the controls, to set up the stream, build the graphics, schedule the events, get all the equipment together. Easy way to show your appreciation, clicking a couple buttons. I think it's a worthy trade. So, an additional plug as well to Word Game Players Organization, WGPO. I think it's wordgameplayers.org. The website should have a lot of information about that organization, ways to join a tournament near you. If you're interested, keep in mind the play we show on these streams is the absolute elite. There are so many different types of players and experience levels competing in these events. And if you're at all intrigued, there are definitely a group of players at your level who are probably very lovely people and excited to meet you. So go to that site, see if there's an event near you. And it looks like, Charles, we might be about to chat with Matthew here. He's got his headset on.
Can you hear us, Matt?
I can hear you, yes.
There we go.
Congrats.
Congratulations, Matthew. Another win. So this now is 3 straight multi-day wins for you, dating back to the Canadian Scrabble Classic, obviously just last weekend at Niagara Falls, and now again. I know you're going to shrug it off, humility, etc., but that is an unbelievably impressive accomplishment for any player drawing any amount of tiles. So how does that feel? It's got to be pretty good.
I don't know. Felt like I was overdue for a bad tournament. That's what I was telling people coming in. Like, yeah, it's about time that I get some bad luck, and it just didn't happen this time. So I don't know. My turn to win again, I guess, and it'll come. The bad tiles will come, and I'll stop winning.
Well, it's going to have to be pretty bad tiles to slow you down right now. So yeah, I mean, let's dive into this one. It seemed like the draws were not cooperating, and finally, when you got that bingo of Pellites down, immediately Cringer comes down to retake the lead. And you must have been thinking at that point, oh boy, am I going to be able to pull this one out?
And I didn't want to challenge Cringer. I know that word. I was pretty sure that was good, but I looked at my rack. I looked at the score. Like, let's make sure that I'm not letting a phony get away. And I mean, then I saw my play. I'm like, well, that's not bad. That forks the board. There's still a blank. There's still S's. I just need to stay the course, and eventually I'll get some good fortune. And I did. I mean, this Ontario was a crazy luck that I needed at that point in the game.
Well, there's certainly other ways that you can get lucky there. Of course, the bingo ending in the O, getting the extra points is nice, but I think there were a lot of ways that you made your own luck in this game. We really like the play of ooh, especially after Neil's previous play of calf. What was your thinking there?
I gotta open up a lane and score some points, and that does both of those things. I don't have the S yet, but sometimes the threat is as good as the execution in this case, and I baited him into blocking that, and that's what left the Ontario lane open. So just threatening that line was all I needed.
Yeah, it's the bait, the block of inducing that low scoring response from Neil here was what is sort of the hidden value of a play like that. Even when he lacks an S, he could just go about his business and make his best scoring plays, but instead he took a huge point sacrifice to try to block you, one that absolutely had no bearing on your next play. So you're just seeing him kind of burn some points there. But yeah, he still is in great shape. He actually kept the blank after bolted, turning down some bingos available there, which was a bold choice. It'll work out for him a lot, but his draws started to go south, and you just poured on the points there. Are you feeling like after away that it's pretty much the game is kind of locked up for you?
I mean, when I had a way lined up, I was like, well, that's the play I need to stay competitive. And then when I saw, was it terms, kind of killing those sevens lanes next to air, I was like, well, that kind of does everything that I want. Takes up the easiest bingo lanes, puts me up by more than a bingo. I just have to hope there's not some crazy Q play that on either side that causes me to lose this lead. But yeah, I felt very confident after away.
Yeah, it's looking good. Charles, any questions for Matthew here as we continue to heap praise on our winner?
I think we covered all the questions. It seemed Matthew played very strongly, basically every turn. No major quibbles with your decision making, especially at the end as Neil sort of fell into a fishing pattern. You had exactly what he needed to pull so far ahead that even if Neil did bingo, you were in good shape. So I guess we can just say congrats again on the tourney win. It's very impressive. Really hope I don't ever have to play you again because you'll probably just cream me. But hopefully you can keep this going into nationals season.
Yeah, I hope so too. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks, guys. Bye.
Thanks, Matthew. Congrats again. And we actually have Neil standing by. I don't know how many questions we want to ask. I definitely, as Neil putting the headset on, we mostly just want to heap more praise on Neil for your amazing performance in this tournament. I know it might feel disappointing the way the last two games went, but the fact that you were in that position at all is just unbelievably impressive for just a relative neophyte going up against literal champion players who have been playing for decades. So, how are you feeling right now? Is it a mixture of feelings in different ways right now?
Well, definitely a bunch of feelings. I can't be upset overall with how I did. It was certainly hard going into that final game, knowing that I'd let the world champion glamour get to me a little when I figured that Oval was a complete block and missed the Abiates hook until too late because I had only seen TA. But I did my best to put that out of my mind and focus on the next game.
Yeah, I mean, we just were so impressed overall by it's just Scrabble is a hard game. It's not really intended for somebody to sort of walk in off the street, relatively speaking, and be so good. But it really, like, we are consistently incredibly impressed by the depth of your decision making. There's no question that your future is unbelievably bright in this game. Just to be in that position again is so amazing. Charles, any questions for you for Neil here?
Well, I just want to echo, great job, Neil, in this tournament. Might not have won it, but still finished very strongly, gained a lot of rating. Those are all good things. Probably get some money too. That's maybe a secondary concern. But we liked your plays across all the games. Not going to go in depth in any specific game, but we just really liked your decision making. Good strategic insight, good ways to sort of turn bad situations into good ones, and that's really all you can do. And if you do that, the wins will come.
Cool. All right. Well, that's all we had to really say. Just wanting to make sure that you know how impressed we and everybody on stream was of your play. We'll let you get back into the group and get some more kudos. And yeah, we'll get ready to outro the stream here after that. So
appreciate
thank you very
all the
much,
commentary.
Neil.
Thanks for all your work.
Of course, it's a pleasure. So, all right, Charles. Wow, we're at the finish line. 15 games in the books. We have our winner in the form of Matthew Tunnicliffe. I think we did have an update that Adam Logan defeated Noah Slatkoff in their last round. So I think Neil will actually drop to third place overall behind Adam. But either way, tremendous performance by both of those players. And kudos again to John Shreve for clinching victory a round early in the North American Lexicon division. So we've done all of our plugs. We've commentated 15 rounds of games. It's been a pleasure, Charles, to commentate with you. Also, thank you very much to Mack Meller, Emmett Brosowsky, other commentators that have joined me on stream today. Any final thoughts, Charles, before we call it a session here?
Just want to say that, Will, you did a great job. You did a lot more commentary than I did. All 15 games, plus some more games tomorrow. Nobody forget the Josh versus Jackson battle being streamed tomorrow with Will and Stefan Fatsis on commentary. But Will, you made my job easy. You were running Quackle in addition to providing the bulk of the commentary. So
no, just doing all
easy.
that analysis in my head, did you? No way. I need the crutch. Nah, just kidding. But yeah, it's always a pleasure. Thank you very much. And I think with that, we'll say goodbye for now. So really appreciate everybody watching all along. And yeah, this has been Montreal Scrabblefest 2024 presented by Let's Play Scrabble and WGPO. See you next time.